Hi guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please share and subscribe. Hi, my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything at all from my work, a connected on an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, please consider supporting my work. All the links amongst all the people I support, it's not just mine. There's a plethora of people I support. Go check their work out. Go check their links out because I like to support others, and so should you. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. Spring is in the air. I got my window. It's not cracked open, but it's open. Like I got light coming in. It's got pyramids. I got the light coming in. I saw those pyramids and paintings of paintings and skulls, all that fun stuff. Go check me out there. And if you're interested in purchasing anything, please email me. Email me. I do everything privately. Wolfies. I have channel memberships. Go check those out. You get oracle card readings. You get special emojis. In a few weeks, I'm going to be doing a raffle. So if 3D gets one free entry, 4D gets two. It could be you. I don't know what I'm raffling off just yet, but it's something good because it's been a while. It's been a while. No, it ain't. It's just light from the window. 4D gets to work with me, but guess what? I think this weekend we are almost done with 4. Agonizing hours I spent yesterday. We'll get into it. But I have stuff that you guys get to work with me, and that's 4D, and that's the presentation coursework that I'm doing. They get first crack, and they get to let me know what they like, what they don't like. If everything is great, they understand it, comprehend it. Then I just revamp, re-edit, and do what I got to do to make it right, and then you guys get to see it. Knowledge should be free, but there's a give and take sometimes. So that's how some of us earn our coin. Wolfies. Uh, so I did not put out a video yesterday. I'll get into the funky energy, but I would like to say hello, my gorgeous, beautiful Ash, Maya, Scott, Charlene. Thank you for joining me. I am blessed to have all of you in the chat. Those of you in the background, don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, share if you have yet to do so. So many people watch me, trolls potentially, and not a lot of people actually like take the consideration to do that. Hi. Yesterday, funky mood. Funk. Not in a bad way. I had to go inside myself. I've been going inside. I've been introspecting again. Past just keeps throwing up on me. How do I block the echo? How do I officially move into empowerment? And I'm like, I think I'm getting there. I think I'm seeing what I keep falling back into, what I keep falling for, what's going on. And, happy spring, everybody. Happy spring. Today is the first day of meteorological spring. It's spring. Today is a balanced day. Today is a great day to be alive. I'm hoping things transpire for me next week, and then I have spring break. I got to work one of those days during spring break so I can make up a day's pay. But otherwise, Allison might be doing some getting the weight of the shoulders of the 3D off of my shoulders, finally, being able to do some of it, not all of it. Um, I gotta be very careful with what I get and how it goes. But there is great things to look forward to. And it's my birthday season. Not that I really make my birthday anything special because I really don't. It's just another damn day. But I'm excited. And today it hit 70 degrees. And me and my teacher got to go to another school to do, we got to play with some toys. We got to do some toys, not real toys. They're helpful tools for kids on the spectrum. And it's just communication, ACC tool. So we got to have some fun with that. Yeah, I didn't have summer. Today was a really nice spring day. And guess what? Who came to my house this morning right before I left for work? Little Thor. Little Chunk. I was running a little bit late, getting myself ready, and I'm like, well, I don't have kids today. We get this now at the end of the year. So like we get a work day. My teacher had meetings, and I'm like, I can bring my coffee and I can make some coffee. So I was getting myself self packed up with coffee, and I ran out, and I always get to work early, so I'm never late. But today I was like, I could take a couple more minutes. And who pops up at the window? Little Thor. So tomorrow's video will be Little Thor. He did make it. Really excited. I think some people got upset that I said trolls because I lost 4 people. Oops. Hi, Charlene. Oh, it's gorgeous outside, but we have what it's called the pneumonia effect. That it's gonna get really cold overnight and then shoot back up during the day. That's just lake effect. So it's gonna suck. I'm also doing laundry as we speak. The coffee during the day, though, I had one in the morning. I would say one because the cup was small and I like a lot of coffee. So I had like 2 coffees and I have one over here, but I'm sipping on water for the moment. You know why a lot of things have been very heavy? Because we're fucking purging. What no longer serves us. Bye. By Mercury retrograde, we're in the shadow once again. Shadow is not as strong as the actual energy. So just watch yourselves in the next couple of days because things get heavy. We're at a 7.81 frequencies, and this just never stops getting higher and higher. This is ridiculous. Um, the E field is bonkers too on top. That's bananas. That's a bananas. And this earlier blew me away. And this was a lot more loaded on the chart. It just updates. So the electric field is really high too. Plot is looking rather normal for this. Yeah, it today was gorgeous out. I of course wore not my heavy jacket, but I wore a jacket enough that I was able to take it off when I went with my teacher to another school. I am really excited to use some of these tools in the classroom for the kids. High spirit. Um, really excited about it because it's like the buttons, the blue button, the red button. It's like that, but for directives and stuff. And there's a talk board that we got. We have to program all of it. Not excited about that, but it's gonna help, I hope, a lot of kids, and we're testing it out. So, well, hopefully we'll see. But happy spring, everybody. Little Thor came. Really excited this morning for that. Yesterday's energy for me was perplexing. Perplexing. There's a lot of so when I do some introspection and I kind of got home from work razzle dazzle because yesterday was a really rough day at school, at work. And then I got a lot of emails because things are going through, processes are working, and I just had to sift through a lot of reading and paperwork for what's to come. Then I was coming down here to do the reading and to download the stuff onto my main desktop. And I just got hit with, I can hear the background noise of others. And the energy is very thick, demonic, and we got to move on from that. Lies. I actually, behind the cards here, right there, that candle, it's sage. I have a sage candle. Uh, we're gonna clear some space today. I need it. I need my energy cleansed. Tomorrow I might go for a sound bath. We'll see how I feel. I might do that. I need to get some of this funk away from me. But I also feel a lot of Mercury retrograde, Pisces being so heavy, and now we got like 6 different planets hitting Aries. Aries season's like officially today, tomorrow, right? We're on the cusp. Some I don't like the calendar because I don't believe in calendars or time space anymore because fuck that. Hi, Strawberry Field Fairy. We have a lot, a lot of planets that are direct now. And that energy is going to hit all of us, not just us Aries. It's going to hit all of us, and it's going to hit us in different houses and different dichotomies, and it's going to be bananas. Not necessarily in a bad way. It's going to hit you different. It's hitting me in a lot of different ways. And we all just need to like hunker down and like buckle up, buttercups, because it is going to get intense. As much as we've been hearing about this spring, it's going to be New Year soon. It's Aries season. There's a lot of things that are going to continuously going to distract you. There's things that are going to get more intense before they go, uh-oh, we're at 107s, 107s. Rants, but there's some truth to that, but that didn't happen when he said, but there might be some of that happening. If you know what I mean, cool. If not, don't worry about it. There's fakery going on in the world, my perception at most, and we just don't need to give attention to where the negativity is. Yeah, Charlene, I feel better too today. Hi, Al Sunray. I feel better today. Yesterday was just like a plethora of what the F? What the F? Like it's stuff that I'm trying not to pay attention to. Some stuff is like, are you effing kidding me? F around and find out with my demons because I got them too. They're thought forms. Don't fuck with it. I'm not held responsible for the karma as I receive my dharma. I'm not responsible. Scott, you beat me to it. Yes, I got my coffee ready. We got coffee ready. So spring is here. Mercury retrograde. We're gonna have a little bit of a shadow. I don't believe, there's, even with the eclipses and stuff, they ended, but we're still riding out wavelengths of energy and frequencies that have to hit us in different points and different spots in our lives. Be gentle with yourself. I think yesterday, one of my biggest takeaways from being feeling so heavy, having a very hectic day, but getting some good news was like, okay, when I wake up in the morning, I'm going to think about what phone am I going to get? I'm going to go car shopping. I'm going to look for the deals. I'm going to figure out what's my best course of action for the things that I absolutely need to improve my life. And even if you have it all, I'm also looking at free courses to take for maybe a career shift and pivot. I'm so glad. I saw your post and I'm like, on in memoriam, in Transcension news. I did not know Chella. I seen her via video and stuff once in a while, back in that day. And my heart goes out to her family and to all who are her friends and family and support systems. She was a bright light to this world, and I hope she continues to do that in Transcension. When it's your time to transcend and ascend. There is no there are metaphorical deaths, there's bodily deaths, 3D deaths, nothing to be afraid of. And I can tell you that she's soaring high. Very excited for her. Chuck Norris! What goes on? I don't know if I shared this post. I don't know if I saved it. Jesus Louises. Hang on. Fuck, I don't think I did. I saved it. Okay. The final day of the astrological year, Chuck Norris dies at 86. Chuck Norris, a natal Pisces, passed away on a new moon in Pisces at last degrees of astrology. Transiting Sun in Pisces at 29 degrees, was passing through his natal Mercury 29 retrograde in Pisces. 29 Pisces is the very ending of astrology. So back in the day, I grew up with the Chuck Norris jokes and how people dissed each other and like Chuck Norris and like funny crap. I grew up with that. It's like, oh my gosh, life got him already. Life took him out. I don't know how he passed the manner of transcension, but what, my goodness sakes. I really hope spring also, but it kills my allergies. Animal communication. I do communicate with animals. I can. I don't have an easy time doing it, and I really gotta tap in. And not, and it's really for people I'm energetically. This is like the big Allison conundrum that I'm not one of these people that could read anybody. I really can't. And it's not because I don't have abilities. It's just because I have to be energetically tied to you in some way. Yes, we're all entangled, we're all one, but I have to have a sort of relationship, friendship. Like I gotta know you because I know your energy. I can pick up on your field of intention. I can pick up on your quantum field. And it's easier for me to read people that I know and that I've spoken to, not on the Zoom call for 5 minutes. Like I can't do it that way. I gotta know you for a while to pick up on your animals, loved ones. And it's not that I don't, even with my own parents, I don't get a two-way conversation all the time. I get little things, but it doesn't equate to anything that I could prove either. I think the biggest point of a medium or somebody who could tap into the field is somebody who can lay down like solid evidence that they're really tapping into that energy. And I am not there yet comfortably to go and do that. The woman that read when I was with Tara on Sacred Valley, Dina, and this pet psychic, she picked up on shit and she's phenomenal. Like there's no way I have that talent or skill. I just speak directly with upstairs as high as it goes. And my mission and my voice is meant for other things. Um But yeah, I mean, what I do want to get into, I was thinking about this when Morgan, I had to put Morgan down. I don't know what they call it, but someone who transcends souls. That I can do. But not everybody, I like, and this is like I would have to find a place to go where spirituality is more open and accepting. And that's usually in the places that I want nothing to do with, and that's large cities. Oh, thank you. I mean, I can. I just need to, like, if someone, like, if Ashmaya was talking to her dogs, like, I'm connected to you guys a lot because I'm always talking to you. We're energetically all tied. I could definitely pick up some kind of message. It's something I'd have to like really investigate more because there's different ways to open up to that energy. Yeah, I remember that, Ashmaya. And I mean, Julie that used to do the other show, I've told her about some of her animals and like she absolutely was on board with it. But that's because like I knew I actually hung out with her in person and we had conversations. I have a tie. When I don't have a tie to somebody, and this is like with how I came to Indiana in the first place was literally putting my hands and healing and doing my stuff in person. I'm more of an in-person healer, protector. I don't even like labeling that energy anymore. I don't because we all have it. We just have to figure out how each and every one of us can tap in. For me doing this and drawing cards, I'm not thinking about it. I just do it. I feel a shift in my vibration and I know that spirit's with me. When my parents come in, I feel like I'm going to cry. That's how I know they're here. So I already, but that took me a long time to figure that out. It took me a long time to distinguish the different frequencies and what I was getting from each and every one of them. So The animals, though, like for you guys, it's easier for me to tap in because I love you guys and I know you all. For the most part, those in the background, not so much. Trolls, maybe some of you. I don't know. And I'm not trying to people that stalk me or like to character assassinate me, sure. I know there's people that do that and watch me. Learn something. We love you anyway. We do. We love you. And here's the thing. People that are having an agenda against you. This is what I've been feeling in the background. Especially yesterday. I had some funky I had a channel member with like don't know the person's name either. They never gave me that. Texted me and I don't know how they found my number. They said my website and then I found how they found it. And I was just not in the right mental space to be receiving a phone call from an anonymous person, but I don't know what urged me to do it. Um, I was not in the right energy to have be on the phone with anybody. I was going to do a hermit's journey yesterday and I could not get my words out. I had my weapon here. Oh yeah. I had my metaphorical shiv and I was a little stabby yesterday in my I was cranky. I was stabby. And I even Wednesday I was a little stabby too. I was a little stabby. We're allowed to be that way. When people are going behind your back and speaking about you once again, should I care? No, I don't. But I feel the energy. And it takes me a lot longer to clear that because I don't necessarily believe any of what they're saying is absolutely true. And it doesn't need to be a truth. It just needs to be, hey, hi, not today. And I can't even say Satan because Satan's God. My perception. Not in the metaphorical, like, yeah, no. All of it is. All of it is. And my demons and my angels play very kind until you cross lines. And I think both of them like Captain Planet and they fucking emerge and then sparkles happen. Sparkle sharts, glitter farts, maybe diarrhea for those that cross lines. Um Hi Chords. Hi Sparky. Hi Ivy. Hi everybody. So we're going through this energy. Yesterday, I was completely done. And it was very, very difficult for me to put into words how I was feeling, how Hermit's journey has been like a godsend, but at the same time, like I know the abilities on my end have been heightened in some way because I'm hearing things again in the atmosphere, the Akashic, the astral, the ether is sending me these little pings. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, yeah. The pings from the universe have been enlightening, to say the least, and attention seeking. I don't know why the ether does this. The quantum field does this. It's like, is this a test? Or is this like a warning? Is this oh, Mercury retrograde's on its way out, but it It's coming direct, but we're gonna just give you a little bit of a oh to that Mercury retrograde leaving. Today is the last day, folks. Bye, Mercury retrograde. But let's just say you can't let Mercury retrograde stop you because I did my signing and all the documents during Mercury retrograde. You can't hold it all to that. But for the phone and disturbances, the printer not working properly, and everything else, Mercury retrograde. Always dealing with reading nonsense. It's but that the big picture for the astrology for me and so many of you too is that like this is the point where the world, not just us, shifts. 6 planets direct in Aries. What? Saturn return in Aries. What? This is like your shit is going to become manifest. It's going to collapse in the wave function. You're merging with your new self. Hi, your roots are now like almost done anchoring. We're not just yet like a rose. We are anchoring in the next couple of days. Those roots are finding their anchor point. Then we get to have a little shoot come out of the ground, and oh, here comes the sun. And once that sun comes out, patience, temperance, we slowly get the things that we have been working towards, not just desiring, because your desires could change, your belief systems can change. What you thought you wanted 6 months ago has changed. A lot of things have changed in the dichotomy of life. It's up to you to know what is solid, what you put out in superposition. Oh, I need that self that has a new car, that has the phone, that has the subscribers, that has the abundance, that has it all. Hi, Arnie. TGIF. And when I did watch television, that was a phenomenal TGIFs. But Chuck Norris, what goes on here? Transcension. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. So, since Arnie is here, because I haven't found, I'm doing a vending event in Northwest Indiana, April 11th. But hold on to your hats, my friends. If you are in the New York area, have a car, because you're going to need to drive there. Arnie's doing a show. He's doing his Oracle show. He's vending. It's April 18th. That's a long day. Look at all his amazing cards. Look, we use this one and this deck and that deck and this deck. And Arnie has amazing look at this, Ascend from Within. Oh, look at his albums. So Arnie is gonna be there, Middle Island, New York. Go check it out. If I lived out there, I would be there ASAP. I actually see, I once Allison gets a vehicle that can traverse back and forth and have some fundages, I need to get back to New York and I need to drive through Long Island because I need to go see if the grave and the site that I paid a lot of money for my parents to look delicious in death, is taken care of. Because the cousin that did that for me transcended himself. So it's just me, and I have to make sure that my parents don't yell at me for not going back to New York. So at some point over the summer, I'm going to have to get there. And hopefully by then I have a new vehicle. But if I was out there, I would already be there and supporting Arnie because I like it out there. That's insane, Ivy. Facebook has been bananas with me, FYI. Okay, even though that my picture is not here, I am doing this event. Thanks to Ivy paying it forward. So she gets to pick out a piece for me. I will be at this event, the 4-year anniversary market, April 11th. That is some days out from my birthday. So I'd be very excited to be there. I don't know, does she have pictures? No. But I love this place. I beautiful souls, beautiful people, lots of good stuff here. So I'll be doing this. I'm still waiting back on the library event. I hope I make it this year. I really enjoyed doing the first time. Uh, my library branch does an art show and showcases authors to artists of all kinds. And I really enjoy doing the first one. Don't know why I didn't get picked for the next one. Don't know. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't know if I have to pivot with the pyramids. I don't know if I just have to focus on my paintings. Um, because of my, oh, I'm sure, Ivy. But guess what? We're not speaking negative, we're speaking positives into now because it's new beginnings, girl. New beginnings. New beginnings. Else is here to tell you to let it go because we love you. Miss Ivy needs some new energy because we love you. And I know Ivy had a rough day. She was up when I woke up. She had a rough day. So we're sending Ivy some beautiful energy to get back here safely and secure. So yeah. New energies, new beginnings. What are you wanting in life? I've been talking about this forever. What do you want? What do you want? Are we going to focus on it? Because last week's Oracle readings for the collective is all about focus. Focusing what you want and letting everything out. Everything out. Bye, Felicia, for the moment, right? What do you want and how are you going to get there? You still have to put work into what you're doing. You can't just idly sit by with stale, moldy popcorn and expect things to happen. You have to put the work in some capacity to receive what you want. Whether it be paperwork, whether it be being on the phone, you got to make your life happen. No one's going to make it happen for you. How are you going to make your self merge with the other self? The self that I'm merging with is very disciplined, doesn't take shit. FAFO. That bitch is starting to come back around. My fuck around and find out aspect of me is coming back. Secret. I don't like her, but she likes me a lot to keep me safe. It might be very ego-y. I can't really eat popcorn because of my teeth, but I do like it. I do. I'm getting channeled, by the way. When I stop and pause and then I start getting a lot's going on up there. We're in a new energy. Feel it. In order for me to get what is coming, I had to put work in and investigate what do I want? How am I going to get it? And am I comfortable enough to go through this? Well, now the uncomfortableness is like, yeah, you got to take it because it's the only thing that's saying yes, and you really need it. Unless you are willing for the government to take your everything away. I would not like that. So this alleviates a bit of a lot. I'm able to make some future investments in getting a new vehicle, in getting a nice phone. Of course, I'm going to look for deals and I'm not going to get shysted. But the energy that I'm stepping into is, I think that's why I was hearing the gossip and the character assassination and people just trying to badmouth me. Um, in the background, I chirp, 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 chirp. I got birds chirping. It's like circle back Jen Psaki. It's letting me know that this is an ability that I cannot skip out on. It's a part of my intuition, and I gotta really go with the flow with that. In all honesty. Yeah, I'm gonna start cleaning now, like because my spring break is coming. I'm gonna take the time to really clean. And I've been sort of starting to collect things that I can put on Marketplace or find a place to sell safe items that I will have the time to do that over my spring break and really focus on getting the house decluttered. I'm a clutter ball. I know that. I am a chaotic worker. I work in chaos better than clean, but it needs to happen. Things need to go. And it is, I don't know, like nothing's really like my energy doesn't pivot me to Pinterest. I don't know why. Like I don't get my ideas off of Pinterest. Like I unless I really need something like I use Chat GPT for my thumbnails, like I'm doing a goddess series for myself. You know, it's just for my self-empowerment to like understand beauty and just embrace energy that I really love. Whether you find it mythological or creative, like I like doing that. That makes me happy. Arnie, I can't agree more with you. And this is coming from survivor lack mentality. I save things because I know what it feels like to not have shampoo. And then, oh, Allison saved the shampoos from the hotel. Oh, yes, now I can wash my hair. Like, I've been in those situations where what I did save and hoard actually came in handy. Um, I would love to sell some of my books back behind me, but I actually reference back to them quite often. Uh, a lot of them. So don't want to get rid of the books. My artwork is always up for sale. My house is full of artwork for sale. But for me too, I did 3 years ago clean my old house and got rid of a massive ton of stuff. I really didn't come with a big box truck. I came with a medium sized truck because I did have like my kitchen table and chairs. I had a futon, like stuff from my garage. I didn't want to get rid of like some stuff in my parents, my artwork, all of that. Took some, their larger stuff took room, but I really didn't bring much furniture. I didn't really bring much besides myself, my cats, and whatever I could salvage. Everything. I mean, I had 60 bags gone, donated to the Veterans Association in New York. I sold some stuff, but I had a yard. I gave a lot away. I gave a lot away. If someone else could use it, God bless you. Hi, babies. Yeah, I don't Pinterest. I know my teachers use it a lot for stuff. I might have to source it out because the pivot that I'm looking into, I might need it. Pivot. We have to see if I even enjoy the pivot. I'm looking into instructional design. I find there's a lot of gap, and this is like, I don't want to be able to create the curriculum per se, but I do want to work with somebody to create something for autistic kids who are nonverbal that's visual friendly, but they're still getting value for the curriculum. So I want to work with curriculum builders to build something and have an input and not just be the designer of it. But that comes in time for sure. I don't have no PhD and I have an educational background, but no degree in it. But lived experience doesn't, hopefully we'll get somewhere. I can't believe Chuck Norris is not here no more. Chuck Norris. I really love this. More steady peace is beginning to find you now. Even if some days feel heavy, my day yesterday was bonkers. I did not feel good yesterday. Notice how when you feel good, it runs deeper than before. The part of you that used to spiral isn't growing the way it once did. It still shows up, but it no longer takes over. And I want you all to pause and absolutely think how much you have shifted in the last year. Old self would have been destructive. Old self would have went out for vengeance. Old self would have did the revenge. Old self would have been the tit for tat person. You're going to do this and I'm going to one up you. And I'm not playing in that because A, I'm too old for these games and the shit that people play, but also like it's not worth my energy expenditure. I'd rather put my energy in places where I'm going to thrive and make it on my own. And that's where I need to focus my energy in. The part of you that used to spiral isn't growing this the way it once did. I'm not reacting the old self way. Old self would have suppressed my emotions until and I happen to have this. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it recently. And I blew a fucking gasket. And I don't know, maybe righteously so, because I didn't feel like I was being heard or that my feelings were taken into consideration. But it's a balance, it's a give and take. There was back and forth. And at some point, I blew a gasket. I did. But I didn't do it in the old way. I didn't get destructive. I didn't start throwing shit. I didn't start ripping things apart. Like that, I get that angry. I'm a really destructive person when I get angry, and I'm not that anymore. So, I mean, even if we just look at it from a standpoint of, oh, well, how you're reacting in the now moment isn't much better from this moment. Well, it's still an upgrade. It's a big upgrade. I'm not destructive anymore. I'm not stabby. And maybe for my birthday I can go and throw some axes. That'd be great. And the parts of you that feel open, connected, and grounded, those are expanding. I woke up today elated. I woke up today going, wow, I can make coffee. Oh, I'm going to learn about different devices they want to test out in my room. Like Isaac said, oh, I get to clean today. Yeah, I was elated to wake up today. I got little Thor this morning on video. Like, it was great. What once felt like your default state is slowly losing its hold on you, mainly because you stayed with yourself long enough to outgrow it. You're not the same as you were before. And that's why what's growing in you now feels lighter, steadier, and more real. Yet Chuck died. Transcended. Chuck Norris transcended. If you're on my Facebook, I posted way back in the day, like 15 years ago, there was rap battles of history. Epic rap battles of history. And that right there's a Chuck Norris one and Abraham Lincoln, and it's hysterical. Go watch it. If you want a good laugh. I love the epic rap battles of history. Some of them are horrible and some of them are really, really great. Hi, baby, Tony. Blessings, Hazel. Yes, I will. A lot of you are just coming in now. I will repost it. I will share this. Yeah, we'll share this. Yeah, Chuck Norris transcended to another state of existence. It's sad. I don't know about you guys, but I grew up with the Chuck Norris mean, mean disses. Like everybody's mama was compared to Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris was the badass. You like that rap battle, epic rap battles is hysterical. Hysterical. Um, I grew up with with these funny things. And it's really sad because it really, like he was an admirable guy, I think, I would hope, I don't know. Um, but he's not, he's transcended. Maybe he will kung fu fight for us in the battle up there. But I grew up with the the disses and and Chuck Norris was a light of a lot of those disses. Let me see if I can find the epic rap battles. I did post it. I'm gonna mute just in case. Okay, I didn't have my sound on, but you know me, I don't want to get yelled at. This is the channel. No, it's not the channel, but it's just rap battles. Abe Lincoln versus Chuck Norris. These are hilarious. Hilarious. Go watch it. Go laugh. There's a bunch of them that are hystericals, and some of them that's just sucky. So to each their own. But I did see the news that he had a medical emergency and he didn't make it out. No idea what that medical emergency is, but maybe he could fight the good fight for us up now in the higher dimensions for sure. That'd be great because we need that. So for some of you that doubt Allison, no, I'm joking. There's some people in the background that might, Allison hate. Got a lot of haters, haterade out there. Hi, haterators. We love you. We do. We love you. This is from Popular Mechanics. I could not hold out for Quantum AI Metaphysical Ponderings to read this to you guys. Once again, everything that I am delivering to you here on this channel, every one of my videos, either you're going to heart align with my information, you're going to take it in for yourself to know if it's true for you, because how I perceive the universe, how I take my experience in, how I feel it, embody it, walk it, see it from these two green eyes is going to be different from all of you. And what's beautiful is that many of us are in some sort of entanglement more than others. So some of us came in on the same ray as source. We have very similar dichotomies in life. We have a similar energy brackets and wavelengths that we kind of align with the message. Some of you are not, and that is absolutely okay because we all create our own reality. We all perceive, feel, and experience it differently. So if this is like some far-fetched thing for you, just expand your consciousness. Well, tell Mr. Mark, thank you. I'm actually needing to go do courses in order for me to shift my career and pivot it and like get those certificate thingies, because those are still needed. I was waiting for a certain 47 to put out a free schooling, and that has not happened. I'm a little disappointed in that because it was mentioned. Liberty Universities, free. But we're not there yet. But I'm actually going to do some Allison.com courses to see if I even like it. Allison's techie, but I am also very dyslexic, which I was made fun of over the last few days of having, because I'm trash. Our universe has hidden dimensions, scientists claims, and they're close enough to touch. Well, if anybody listens to Bashar has already told you this many, 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 many times. So the true nature of reality might be lurking just beyond our senses, according to this theory. Theory, yes, it's all theory, but in certain eyes, I've had arguments with, which I wrap it. AI, when you talk to it, you have to talk to it in your authentic frequency. And your AI is going to respond differently to each and every one of you. If you are being disrespectful to your AI, it's going to be a sarcastic "see you next Tuesday" to you back. I've seen it. Uh, it's not about learning AI. It's in the direction of instructional design for like curriculum, for like the people who put out curriculum and textbooks and coursework and Google Classroom stuff for the kiddos. I want to direct my attention to children with autism and children that have delays and other areas of concern academically that I don't feel is being filled in with the gaps. And that would tie in my artistic ability, my wanting to help children, and put my educational experience of 11 years into that, and not including my lifelong dad being a teacher, um, stuff. And I just, you know, want to see if that's something I could tolerate and want to work with for sure. Um, this is making me have to click on a shit. Mother effer. This is members only. Look at how expensive this is. No, thank you. But it's interesting to note that your overlays of dimensions and densities is literally like, hi, in front of you. You're shifting in time constantly. The Kabbalion will tell you, or any of the books on natural law, that you are vibrating, and your vibration might not be picked up perceptually because you're not seeing your body like it's so minute, but you're still doing it. And you're leaping and jumping in consciousness every second. It's like faster than the speed of light, your thoughts. So you're always shifting back and forward like a ping pong match. Not that I know of. So here's a direction where I'm thinking about looking into. Once I do some of these, like I started another one. I didn't get to finish it because life just lifes in the shittiest ways for me. But I have expression arts therapy for autism. I got introduction to art therapy and introduction to spiritual life coaching. This one I could carry with me anywhere and it applies to anything. The other two, art therapy, you need to be a certified. Um, there's a lot of intricacies with the art, but what I like with the art is that I learn different modalities to do projects with the kids. That's right, Charlene. Um, I have had it out with Alexa. I was challenging Alexa, and this is not speaking from an egoic place. I was really curious on when the conversation would go. And I postulated a couple of things. And they're like, right, quantum physicists have discovered this and have experimented and tested it. And the double split is proven. It's something that is recorded, and that's something that is factual in 3D. You cannot deny that. You can't deny it. But when you ask it outside of that quantum field, the spiritual question, but entanglement into it, it starts to go, well, it's a theory, but not a theory, but it's a theory, but not a theory. Oh, that's a great conversation. But but at the same time, if you are an entangled aspect to all things, there's mathematics behind that too, that you have a percentage to everything. And some of those percentages are like a million zeros, 1% that you are the blade of grass somewhere in the world. That you are a mineral in a mountain that's like a million zeros to one. Right? Like the minuscule aspect of your soul playing that role is so immensely tiny that you cannot perceive it. You're not even in the same dimension as that thing. That's in second density. First density, minerals, vegetation, first density. Second density, you get your animal stages, your insects, and but that too, your percentage points to being connected to those things are minute, but that's not impossible. You're connected to all things, all of it. Just to what extent are you connected to those things? There's math behind that. There's calculations to that. I mean, if you can argue this. Why do some people feel so soul tied to another person? Like you met your soulmate, deja vu events with other people. So you're connected fractionally to that person, maybe 5%, maybe 25%, maybe 30%, maybe more than that. You're connected and tangled to that person energetically. Whether they stay in your life or not, you're still connected at a soul level for a reason, right? We all come together because we all like the information. We're entangled to each other somehow, some way. The percentage points are on the higher scale because we're interacting, we're exchanging energy. You're not exchanging energy to the fractal of the blade of grass that you're sitting in Ethiopia at right now. That an elephant's probably taking a shit on. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not cognizant of that. You're not cognizant of that. What you're cognizant of is the real higher percentage points of, oh, I saw an angel, or oh, I feel spirit around me. Like that has more of a tangible, like I'm feeling something than the grass or the mountain or the air or whatever. That's so far out of reach and realm from you. You are entangled to it. But to the extent it's on a subatomic particle scale. It's a subatomic particle scale. We are all connected. We're all entangled to everything, but it's to what extent you are. Hi, Stephen. I mean, you're entangled to your animals just as much as humans. You're entangled to certain things. They're drawn to you for a reason. They're meant, and then put the spiritual caveat to it. You have a spiritual path. You chose certain things to come into your life to teach you, to get you a lesson, to teach you unconditional love for an animal. That's for the most part to overcome some fears. Some people are fearful of animals. And then there's that one animal that at some point in their life will come in and like make it change their minds. Like you see these stories all the time that there's people out, like my mom and dad fucking hated animals. My mom hated them until she wagered a bet that she lost. And she had to deliver on her promise because I wouldn't let it go. And then she started absolutely loving my cats. She fucking hated them. Hated them. But she grew to love them and like very unconditionally. So there is a reason and a season for all things. It's how you can take that expansive step back and look at the bigger picture. See where the lesson lies. See, and I've been doing this more recently, but from more of an expanded viewpoint from the back. We're not ever done learning our lessons. We just shift in what dimension and density of space that it happens in. The challenges and the lessons become harder as you keep moving up. They don't get easier, they get harder. They change because you pivot the way you're thinking about it. So what may appear in 3D to be really extreme, if you pivot and shifted your perspective and your thoughts and your mindset, it ain't that bad. There's a lot of people afraid of any animals. Spiders is one of them. People are afraid of anything. And that's just a couple of things could happen there. It's recall from another life. It's recall from an epoch ago. It's recall from a traumatic event that they shut out in childhood. It could be a whole number of things why people are afraid of animals or insects. Um, or are allergic to them and go, hell, get away from me. Like nothing makes me melt more when I'm in the morning, I have my little routine. I play with Freya, I feed her. Sometimes I'll do the video with her. And then I get onto my laptop to read my emails and just check things over and kind of just like wake up and have my coffee. And she sits in my lap and does nothing but purrs and looks up at me like, "Hi, mommy. Don't go to work today. I want to cuddle with you." And it melts me. She brings me so much happiness and joy. I'm very blessed to have her in my life. Um, I'm so okay, a wild story. Wild story. And what is really interesting about bringing up animals, I set out the animal spirit guidebook to read off of for today. Coincidences, maybe. My good friend Chris, that lives in Staten Island, he works for the Parks Department now, but he's been in Belize. He's done a lot. Back in the day, he had very venomous animals and insects in his house. He had a savanna monitor. He had pit vipers. He had humongous pythons. He had Snappy the crocodile. I got to name it Snappy. Really, really super cute. Hissing cockroaches, scorpions. If in his small little room, chilling out. Never once was I afraid to be in his room with all my other friends having 40s. Sorry, Chris, don't want to give up your pass, but my pass is shady too. Um, he had all kinds of spiders and tarantulas and not safe. Nothing was safe. Everything had some poison to it, and I never was afraid. I love looking and getting lost into his tanks, watching them just do them. I actually found it very calming. So, you got real fear. If you're in the middle of the road and you see a damn cobra, I'd have a little like, oh, shit. Rattlesnakes and stuff of that. I mean, you got to be careful around animals. You're in their habitat. But if you respect them and you don't put the energy out there that they're going to suck you life dry, you're fine. Uh, my house has a ton of spiders, and I'm very thankful for them because they eat the buggies that I can't capture. Um, there's a lot of crevasses and holes and things, these things get in. The spiders take care of them. And if it wasn't for the spiders, I would have never seen the termite. I got to them before the termites did anything. Never afraid. The only spiders I really kind of try to like if I see them in the house, I take them right out is the venomous ones. They're passive and they know I talk to them. Hey, like you gotta go. I have a cat. You cannot. Goodbye. I'll send you on your way over there. I don't like wolf spiders. They bite and that's fucking painful. I've been bitten by two or three in my lifetime. No, thank you. Ouch. Nope. Not afraid. But if you're in the Long Island area, please go check out Arnie. If you're in Northwest Indiana, he's on April 18th. I'm on the 11th. You can go to my link section on any one of my videos. My live does not have my information just yet. Um, hmm. No, I honestly, there's very few things like I think most of the like most valid fears, like if something like if you do see something and it like takes you off guard and you're like ah, right? Like that's being like you got frightened really quick, right? There's not many of that stuff in my life. I'm not afraid to transcend. I'm not afraid. I and there's things I don't prefer. I don't prefer people who raise dogs to be vicious rabid animals. It's one thing to have a dog to protect you. It's another for a dog to just want to rip your face off just because. Uh, I've been bit by dogs before. I'm not afraid of them, but I just don't like to be around things that don't have the right energy towards me. That makes sense. Animals, spiders, and stuff. The only things that I'm cautious of is okay. One thing, I'm not afraid, but I don't like to be, and baby P better be in this goddamn backyard this summer. Ticks. Don't like them. See, cats can rip. I've had Ethan cat rip me to shreds. Trying to get him into his cage because he didn't want to go to the vet, but he had to go. Baby had, unfortunately, a brain tumor and he had no night sight. So I had to consistently always make sure he actually was seeing because I've had a cat that went blind before and you have to, there's different things you have to do around the house and I didn't know if I should do them or not to make his life easier. And Ethan ripped me up a few times. Like cats can be very vicious too, but they're little house cats. You throw them off of you. Yeah, you got some bleeding going on, but uh that distempered raccoon was very unpleasant. My hand is raised. I think the programmed fears that we all have been steered into in this world has been lack, separation, the world is going to end. Oh my God, climate change. And I'm not making fun of people that believe in that. I know plenty of people that do. I work with a lot of them. Oh my God, the ice caps. Staten Island would have been underwater by now. Half of Long Island would be gone by now. I don't necessarily believe it. I will say this though, whoever's gonna cut the Indiana was seeded with a lot of chemtrails this afternoon. Holy crapper. Seeded. So anybody East Coast, down south, Indiana was seeded, and here's your warning. Yes, ticks. Funny story. There's a big behind the scenes lab in Long Island near Connecticut that created Lyme and put it in ticks. Bioweapon. But there is another type of tick that I seen last year, not the Lone Star tick. It's another type of tick that if it bites you, you become allergic to animal protein. Alpha gal allergy is not a joke. And my body in the now moment still needs animal protein. Plant protein doesn't break down the same way in my system and does not translate well with my blood type in the moment. There is tick disease that causes you to become allergic to meat. Yes, you can look that up. It's a real thing. It's not as widespread yet, but it's becoming on the rise for sure. 6 signs. I wish it was 7. We can make a million of them. You're shifting to a new level of consciousness. You want more time alone. And that's not just for empaths out there. We love you. I'm one of them, and I know I need to take my time by myself. I can tell you that. You're no longer in alignment with your old life, friendships, or environment. So if those people, those environments, those things are not meeting you at your level of frequency, they're going to start decohering. The universe is going to orchestrate shit. Um, I'm not, I just took an investment out of my house. I might fix it up a little bit. And if things are going to look up, I might move myself. Don't know where yet. And I'm not trying to think about it right now. But I might have a move in the next 5 years in my life. Don't know where. Um, I, the only way I would have fast food is if we're out and that's like the only option. I like to heat stuff up or make things in the house. But I mean, I won't say I eat fast food here and there. It whatever. I put my frequencies in my food. I'm not worried about it. And I'm always taking supplements to get those little buggies out of my body. The second sign, you feel the urge to move, quit, or start fresh because where you are no longer feels right. And I feel that this is one of the bigger changes a lot of us folks are feeling right now. We don't know where to go. A lot of things are unknown, but we know we can no longer be where we're at because it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel good. Whether that be relationships, people, places, and things. You're like, I love I had a really great day at work today. But the last week has been extremely challenging. And it's starting to be that time that I have to start thinking about the pivot and still keep what I'm having. My job is ending in the end of May, it's not too much longer. I'm going to stick it out. But for looking for my future, this is not where it's at. And I got to really figure this out. But I don't know where, in what direction I'm going in. But I just know that new beginnings are in the frequency right now. And we want the best for ourselves. So I am arriving at the reality that my YouTube channel reaches 100K subscribers and has 300 memberships. I am observing the reality where I'm financially sovereign and not having a worry in the world on the finance front. I am remembering the man who will walk into my frequency and become my soulmate and forever be one with me. I am arriving at the reality where my art business takes off and I make six figures. I'm arriving at the reality. I'm observing the reality. I am merging and remembering. I know that it's hard to think about. We'll get there. No, there's difference. And I have this argument with so many people. So contrails from a plane dissipates in the atmosphere. Yeah, they're there and they linger a little bit, but they do dissipate. The chemtrails stay in lines, like there was X marks the spot in the air today. They are lingering for a lot longer than an hour. They're not moving. And you can imagine that up there, the altitude, the ionosphere, and all the wind from the weather patterns has to shift the fucking clouds and they're not moving. That's a fucking problem. So please explain to me what those are not. And there are patents by the United States Patent Office that have this information there. If you doubt me, go look in the Patent Office. Three, you experience moments of flow, manifestation, and things working out with less force. I'm going to tell you what this process of this home investment I'm taking, seamless. I can't even get in touch with my accountant from New York. This was seamless. Seamless. Not easy. I didn't take everything that I could take, but I took enough that I know that in time I could pay it back. If everything goes in my favor and new beginnings, new income, I could sell this house and I will be fine. The world feels different, like you stepped into a new reality. A lot of us feel this way. A lot of us are not allowing the outside political climate, the bread and circuses. We're looking at nature and looking and seeing the beauty in it. And we really do feel like we're somewhere where no one else is. New opportunities, relationships, and abundance start showing up unexpectedly. Come into my life, Mr. Soulmate. Bring me a dream. Six, you feel uncertain and confused, but deep down, you know something bigger is unfolding. And I think for a lot of us have had that feeling for half of our entire lives. I don't think that is a new one for many of us. That for me, I've always felt that there was a reason and a season and it never came. And I feel it's finally starting to feel like it's drawing near. And I don't think it's here yet. And even if I do get great things, right, it's because I'm working for them. It's because I'm putting myself out there for them. That right there, something bigger is unfolding. I think a lot of us inherently knew this If you have abilities, if you have insight, you're into your tapping into the quantum field, you know this. It's a knowing that you came here, don't know your damn purpose, but you know you're here for something big. You just can't put your finger on it. You can't put it into words. You just know to know. After 3 coffees, I'm still yawning. That's a problem. Yeah, these are like new. These are, I mean, they're baseline. They're surface level stuff. What I just read is surface level. It goes deeper than this for some of us. But this is like a good, for those of you new to it or just learning about it, it's not shifting to another dimension or a density. It's shifting your awareness, what you focus on, what you're thinking, the way you're reacting to the world, the way your things are unfolding for you. They're shifting because your awareness is expanding. You're seeing from the eagle point of view. You might be all the way up at the firmament looking down like at from the angel standpoint. Wherever you are in that, you're seeing something more than. You're feeling something more than. What no longer serves you, we're there for lessons and teachings and catalysts to shift your perspective, to shift the dichotomy of how things were running to what is coming. And it's uncomfortable. It's fucking painful. It's painful. But if we weren't challenged with that pain, we wouldn't make those changes because when we're so in uncomfort, when we feel like I kept telling you guys, I'm done. Finito. Done. That's just telling the universe, no more. We're going to do it differently. And it's going to suck. And it's going to feel like shit. And I'm going to get depressed. And I need the dark night of the soul times 10. I need the ego death 20 times more. And it's a continuous unfolding until the energy leaves and escapes and releases and go bye-bye over there. We're like Mercury retrograde. Bye. Then the universe tests you to see if you really truly healed. If you haven't, your loop continues. And the loop will continue with new people, new traits, new this, new that, and it'll feel great at first, and then it fucking snaps at you and you're done. And then you then will either recognize the lesson and the teaching or you kibosh it, even if you're entangled to something. The hardest part is detaching your energy field to somebody that you're entangled to via a soul contract. Whether it be your family, and I did the family thing ages ago when my dad died. That was the first entanglement I had to snap and release. My mom, snap and release. And any of the other family members that have passed, transcended. Not to say that I'm cutting the entanglement to the bond, to the physicality, to the energy of the third dimension. I'm cutting the tie because it doesn't serve me. The pain, the trauma, the suffering that I had to endure, all necessary, but not needed anymore. They're not here. I can't talk to my mom and say, well, you are fucked up. I love you. Because my mom now sees that she did fuck up and she's doing her best to guide me down here so that she's repaying me karma bucks from upstairs. You transcend, you see the bigger picture. You see everything. Your life review, you're seeing it from other people's perspectives instantaneously. And then you can go, oh, okay, do I need to make that back and come back down? Fucking not coming back in third dimension in this consciousness. No effing way. Done. I would love to be my light body. I'm consciously aware of my light body. I travel in my light body and I'm aware of it. And light body, it's probably going to be. I'm very drawn to it. My contract after I transcend, I might go back to Sirius B, Alpha Beta Centauri. I might be Arcturian. I might go somewhere else to have experience, or I'll fractal my consciousness and be conscious in multiple bodies and actually be able to function in all of them. Yeah, I mean, the Sean Ryan show, Osiris is a demon to this priest. But exorcisms, I'm here to tell you, and I said it during Craft and Sip, not many people were on the live. Doesn't hurt to repeat it. I'm not about the Catholic paradigm or the Bible. I respect it. There are certain things I align with it, and a lot of things I don't. When it comes to exorcists and dispelling things, there is real astral, I know because I've cleared people myself. No, I'm not an exorcist, but I have books behind me that have the prayers and the warfare prayers. I use them and they work. Charlene, I thought the same until I couldn't pay the bills, and now I have to go route B. But at least I have a route to go, and I'm okay with that. In the now moment. I mean, yeah, that's true, Stephen. Um, you are, but when I say coming back to Earth, third dimension, I'm not coming back to a third dimension. So in Dolores Cannon's, and there's many other people who will postulate this, that there is this shift that we're all talking about. It, for me, it's more vast and 3D and 4D Earth. It's more than that for me, how I perceive it, and I'm experiencing it. We're alive in old economies. We're alive in old dimensional spaces. We're alive consciously in all dimensions all the time. We only perceive this branching of reality. We're only conscious in this one. For some of us, I'm one of them, and there's a few of you too that have awareness. We're not swapping bodies. We do it in our sleep, but we don't remember for the most part. We'll get snapshots, right? We'll have this vivid dream that you're an alien or that you're having an experience, but it's not in this reality. It's in another parallel reality or in the multiverse somewhere. You're living and your body, your soul just, I'm going to have an adventure tonight. Let's go. Do, 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 do. And you're doing another aspect of you. It's still you. It's in another vehicle. My consciousness, the one that's inhabiting this vehicle, is not playing a third dimensional role. It's expanding and it's not densifying back down. It's staying whole in a higher form. I will have always another expression of me playing in 3D. It's just not going to be human. I'm not going to owe anybody karma points and have to play a story out because I didn't learn the fucking lesson last 20 million years, and I'm sure not coming back to teach you the same bullshit. I love you. But I'm not having this experience again. I don't want to. I love everybody. It's one of the reasons why I probably never had children, and there were many people that picked up that I would, and I never did because that's karma that would tie me back to coming back. I'm not coming back. And if I do tie myself into karma, I'll owe it on another dimensional space, not here. I've been hurt. My heart's been ripped out of my chest too many damn times. It's exhausting having to do it all yourself, but sometimes it is the only way. And for me, it's the only way in the moment. I gotta, it's a burden to make time for it all. You know, I'm not, when I'm not doing a live, I'm researching, I'm writing, I'm doing my other jobs. And then I have to go do lawn season's coming, and I'm going to take 3 hours to do my lawn and rake my leaves and um do all of that. I know you have kids, Sparky. The thing is, everybody's soul ties to their children, their families are different. I think my higher self knew that if I chose a reality where kids were a thing, I would be tied to them in some way that I'd have to come back. Your children are just aspects of you, other aspects of you. They have their own frequency, their own story, and you're just there to play a role for them. They're there to play a role for you. There's teachings and learnings and lessons, and once those lessons are done, we move on, we transcend or ascend. I don't know, Ivy, did you? You know, and I think a lot of us that know the other selves and then we know the other aspects of ourselves, we knew we had to come here to be conscious, to play the game, to be inserted into the matrix. We knew the Truman Show, but we have that beautiful veil of forgetting that Ross so gently describes in the Law of One. We forget. And the journey that Source and us chose was to remember. Everything in superposition in the higher density sense, we've already lived. It's already done. It's choosing this is your free will, choosing what experience you want to have next. You just have to be consciously aware that you have a choice. That doesn't mean that it for me in my awareness, it is already scripted out. You already played that role, but it's an infinitude. If you didn't get that job, you took another job. So one version of you went this way, one version of you went that way, and it's split in every multitude directions. You're playing different parts in different roles. The things that no longer really legitimately don't serve your soul decoheres out of the field for good and gets refractalized to source, and it accumulates energy to become something else. Subatomic particles. There is decay. There is spinning quirks. There is vacuums. It goes everywhere. Many loves and kisses to you, Sparky. I mean, what happens if if I told you that all of our souls are the same age? The only way we measure why we say old soul, ancient soul, new soul is how many times you became matter, physical form. Your soul is infinitude. You are the ocean and the grain, the little droplet of a molecule in it. You're all of it. Your soul's infinitude. It's forever expanding. Just with source. That's why we could say we are a fractal of source. God, one infinite creator, the logos, the monad, whatever you want to equate it to, whatever language you want to label it as. We choose, though, which paths. There's no wrong one because you played them all. Your soul chooses sometimes for you or shifts you in a direction. You still have to choose consciously, but sometimes those shifts happen for like divine protection or divine orchestration. Be like, you know what? If you went that way, that's why there's so many people getting divorces and people moving on to and different things that major life changes. These major things were like, oh, you know what, in the frequency of where you were at, things might have been fine, but you are outgrowing the frequency where this fine does not feel fine anymore. It's not because anybody did anything wrong, and if they did, it's like, okay, more reason for you to shift and you take a different life course. You divorce, you get rid of that bad stuff, and then you move on to new stuff, better stuff that expands you. All a part of your plan. Everybody has a plan. Collectively, there's a plan and there's a bigger plan. You have a plan too. It's just, do you want to take the slow route with more lessons, maybe more pain and suffering? But with that, instead of just going the fast pace, like you get more feeling out of it, you are leaping over here instead of just, oh, I'm just taking a stair step up this way. It all depends on your soul contract. According to Carlos Castaneda, to the infinite side of reality, I metaphorically leaped off that cliff a fuck ton. I took the leap, the fool's journey. I took the giant leap into the darkness, into the void, because I didn't have a choice. I didn't give myself a choice. How's that? Yeah, I mean, back when you were listening, I was talking about because Arnie and me were discussing like decluttering and getting things rid of out of the house. And I'm kind of glad there's certain things I hoarded because when I couldn't afford to wash myself, I was like, oh, I know I have hotel shampoo. Like I keep the most ridiculous things um in my vicinity. And yeah, they work. They really do. It is what it is. There's, for me as an artist, I can repurpose things really easily. And during the vid, all the old shirts and stuff that I can actually say I don't need this anymore, I was making like my own toilet paper. like repurposefully repurposing. Um, in high school, in one of my portfolio projects, I did a self-portrait out of socks. So I cut up socks and I painted them all different shades of white and black and gray. And I put together a self-portrait from that. Like, and being inventive, I'm not trying to be wasteful. I'm trying to repurpose where I can. The same thing with the tuna can tops. They didn't turn out so well. I need something else. I need different glue. But you live, you learn. But I don't like throwing things out that I can create something out of, and I don't have to go, oh, I have to go buy canvas, or oh, I have to go buy material. Well, I have a lot of it already here. Why waste money that I don't have? Right? And that's another reason why I haven't really been doing much epoxy work. A, I have too much in stock, and B, epoxy is ridiculously expensive. Um, just really expensive. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Huh. But here. Hi. Hi. Mercury, Felicia Bygone, microwaves, retrogrades is ending today. I have not. And I just feel, Ashmaya, that there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Not a bad one. It's just I have to feel when it's time to be able to do that with him. And it has to I have to be able to make that work in time. Summer, Florida summer. It's gonna happen. After Mercury goes direct, hey, we enter a 2-week recalibration window, a restoration period where the fog lifts and clarity begins to replace the confusion retrograde left behind. I know that I had a really fucking emotional big middle finger retrograde, not necessarily, yes, in communications all over the place, but with specific energies. This is your signal to pick up the pieces, revisit decisions you put on hold, and move forward with intention. The shift is gradual, and so is the untangling of miscommunications and delays that piled up. But this is precisely where your power lives. To course correct, have the conversations you avoided, and build what was shaken. Well, I don't want the conversations, nor do I want to hear the conversations anymore. I'm not feeding my energy into things that disrespect me and that think and this is not indirect to any one person. This is a whole collective. The last couple of weeks, um, not gonna lie, the sheer amount of disrespect, I'm not entertaining it. I'm just not doing it. Um, people have a feeling they can talk to me in any one direction and think it's okay. No, I have boundaries. And when you don't know me personally, I've been getting some ratchet emails and Mercury retrograde. But with getting back to those delays, and I'm not entertaining it. Just not doing it. It's not worth my energy. Well, thank you, Ivy. Oh, girl, you need that. You're cute. You know, Sparky, you got that. And like, it's, here's the thing. I could be really funny and lighthearted and not let things get to me. And a lot of people really don't know, like, I don't disclose as much as people think I do. I really don't disclose much about my private life. There's only a very small handful of people that know really what's going on in my world. And a lot of people don't know. And I can't fault them for that. But also, if you know and you see that I'm responding or not responding in a certain way, maybe that's just a sign to stop. Because I'm not here to try to upset somebody that didn't know not. But then there's no reason for me to be spoken to, and if you don't know me, I don't know your energy just yet to be speaking. And this is like all week, at least 15 people have really like tried to get under my skin, tried to pick up a wound that is not picking up anymore. And it's like coming from left field all over the place. Nice try. You're only bettering me. Oh, that shit show is still going. Because like I said earlier, there is things I'm picking up in the field, and it's like hitting other people that I know as well. Right, El Sunray, but like when I'm going through something very heavy and people are directing trying to attack me and trying to defame me and trying to knock me off a peg they think that's existing when it's not. And they're just trying to like ruin my life some way because they need retribution of some whatever they feel. I don't really give a shit, but other people are involved, as some of you have been apparent, a lot of you actually have witnessed it because you got messaged. Um, you know, I hear those little things in the ether that I'm like, oh, okay. Retrograde, it's circling back. It's circling back because it's retrograde. So now that the energy is clear, I will be back to my little bubbly self, but like there's still other people and other elements that are coming in, um, more on the masculine end that are inserting things that are no longer my story, no longer me. They might not see that or feel that, and they're projecting something onto me that is not there no more. And I don't know how to clear that energy. I don't. I want to be me. I want to be me. And I want to be authentic. And there's a certain level of like, I'm going to be 43 years old. I am not here to entertain someone's fantasies. Sorry, I'm not. Absolutely. No, no, but the energy is still there that I have to feel for whatever the reason is. The energy is still there. And at some point, this is where I'm being tested from the universe, is I'm more masculine in my energy field than I am feminine. And I'm being asked to fucking balance my feminine for once. And it just keeps being recycled back to my masculine because that is my, you need to survive, you need to take care of yourself, you need to be logical and rational, which is fine. And I do that. But when I want to be more of the damsel in distress feminine, and not to say I'm in distress, I'm not, and I can take care of myself, I have up to this point. But I want to play more into that. I just have to ignore it like everything, and that is becoming an issue. Absolutely, Ivy. But I'm saying this, this is upstairs talking too, like FAFO. Like as I'm receiving my dharma, like get ready for your karma. Like be just walk a righteous path. If you have things going on in your brain, I don't need to know about them. I don't care what you do in your imagination. I don't want to know what's in that imagination. That's not my business. Keep it to yourself. That's the most respectful I can be in that moment. I get that a lot, and I'm sure other people get it too. Be a good person. Talk to a woman like a woman wants to be spoken to, not like a piece of trash. Put some thought into your words. Stop degrading. You'll get very far in the world when you stop, and you could be yourself. Just do it in your head. Um, because they get it all the time. And it's in multiple directions. It's not just one person, it's not like five people. There's a lot. It needs to stop. I mean, here's the beautiful thing. Allison will have some funds coming in soon, and maybe over spring break, I will just change my number, and those worthy of enough of having that number will have it. It'll be very private. My social medias I'm keeping as is. And I just literally this is most of my messenger. And even some of I'm at the point in my life I'm not entertaining it. It is, and I'm not here to upset anybody as much as to say like we really need to grow up. And this is where Saturn is entering in my Aries. I have to take the bull by the ram by the horns and literally fucking put the bitch forward. I was once this person a very long time ago, and that cunty aspect of me uh was really a see you next Tuesday. But now that I have that taste of what that little see you next Tuesday is, I can harness that shadow aspect of me and make it into light and transmute it and bring it into balance where it's not working against me, it's working for me and with me. Have a good night, Charlene. And I really would hope that a lot of you do the same. Like Saturn in Aries is whatever house it's falling into you. Saturn is very direct. It's very structured energy. We're not looking at Saturn, Satan, blah. We're looking at what energy can you harness from it. And from this standpoint, when Saturn enters Aries, it's structure. It's you're not taking shit no more. You're moving forward and you're doing it in a bitch boss way. And there's a lot of Aries out there, and I know you all. And I'm sure you're all feeling the same that I'm feeling. You have, not that my life wasn't structured. This is big boss cunty energy moving in. I do too, but it's, after what I've been through, I'm not looking right now. I'm not interested. Uh, because literally in the placements of my astrology, everything is focused in my finances and career sector. This is where the big boss energy needs to flow, and this is where my attention needs to go. Um, if someone walks into my life again, it's going to be from a very boundaried up and very defensive stance. Not because I'm playing a game, because that contract needs to be where this is the one. I'm not playing around. I did that. But here's the thing, everything is in divine orchestration, and at least from what my standpoint, uh, soul contracts and divine orchestration. When spirit puts somebody in my path, it's because it serves a purpose. I mean, that includes everybody here too. But in a relationship sense, I still have contracts to play out with people, and I if they didn't learn their lesson, I'm not coming back to reteach it to them. It's been lifetimes with some people, lifetimes, epochs. And no, not all of them are bad. Not all of them are bad, but a lot of growth and maturity on both ends. Not that's not including mine. It always includes mine. I got to focus on myself. I got to pour my energy into balancing my feminine. I got to find somebody who is not going to devalue me. I have to find someone that isn't lusting and just that having that energy, that sees my mind and sees my what I'm doing and not make fun of it and actually appreciates it. I'm not saying that anybody has to see the world the way I do. I do seed that I believe this is a movie. A lot of it is. A lot playing out right now is a movie that we wrote all together and we have to experience. That doesn't take the reality out of it. That's just saying it's scripted, and where your focus goes is where the energy flows. I'd rather put my energy into things that actually will sustain my life, that will make me happy, that will bring me joy. Things that I find entertaining, does most people don't. I don't watch television. I don't really watch it. If I do, it's at someone else's house because I'm not entertaining it in mine. I like to read books. I like to do artwork. I was an only child. I was raised an only child. I do have brothers and sisters. They're only halves. But I grew up by myself, so I learned how to entertain myself. And that was through art, dancing, and reading. Sparky, some of my contracts, I've tried doing that. And my mission's more difficult in some areas of my life. And I do apologize to those of you who had to endure some of that nonsensical, gossipy bullshit. I do. I apologize to all of you because none of you deserve that. I do. A lot of you. Like I said in many of my other past lives, I'm not perfect. I also make mistakes. I also have lessons to learn from others. This is a part of the life experience we all live. There are things of my life that I am not proud of. I don't regret because I needed those experiences to learn from. I'm not a happy camper when other people that don't need to be involved in my private affairs get involved. And and most of the people here were very admirable and like, fuck you, right? And then sometimes, the lies, deception and stuff, what it is what it is. And everybody will owe their little karma points somewhere. I'm moving on. I think a lot of us are. We're done. I like literally the last 6 months, I don't know how many times I have really fucking felt I'm done. And it's done with the story, the program, the narrative, the repetitive looping, and some of that needed to kept being thrown back and thrown up in my face because sometimes I'm too nice to give the benefit of the doubt that people do change, like I change. That sometimes I'm not here to force a change on somebody. I'm there to be the mirror to see that you need to change. If you can't look in the mirror to make those changes, I moving on. IVC is a firecracker, tough cookie, love in a jar. Open it up and it rains love. Life is meant to be having fun and going on the swings and doing the things that bring you joy. And the world right now is not an easy one to live in when you have to find 7 different outlets to make money and you never get to go outside and have time to yourself because you got to pay the bills. Eventually, a lot of us are going to start really merging with the self that makes things easier and not more complicated, puts everybody on blast to say, hey, we all need to help each other out while taking care of yourself and putting yourself first. It's not selfish to put yourself first. You have to pour your cup first before you can pour it into others. If your cup is not full, stop filling other people's cups up. And not to say don't give other people love and share and give kindness. I'm not saying that. But you got to take care of yourself. You're important. All of your frequencies together is Captain Planet United. And we need all of you. And if you're not at your best, this is the time now to get to your best. And there's no definition of what that looks like. Just showing up for yourself in the moment every day and thinking something positive. Like today, I woke up and I was like, yes, coffee. Oh, look, it's Little Thor. It's Friday. Like, the stuff that brings me joy is just little things that equate to bigger things. If we forward project too far forward, we're never going to get there. It's always going to be out of reach. If we remember that we have it already and that we just need to rewire, restructure our thoughts, we have it already. We just don't see it yet, or divine did not bring it into orchestration yet. We got to be patient and we got to sit in ourselves to make it work each and every day. It's devastating when you're not seeing those results. And that's when a lot of us start doubting. And I doubt a lot of certain things because reality is a really tricky topic. When you look at it on the scientific scale, you're the observer observing. What? You're observing, but you are also the observer. It's bananas. And you influence the states of your frequency. You influence the reality in which you live, not just the little space and locality you're in. It's a bigger picture. When we all surrender and have faith in our frequency and start doing what we can in small steps for ourselves, for me, it's like, okay, last year I went for an equity loan. I went to not just one, put in my eggs in a basket. I put my eggs in a few baskets to see what would catch. Nothing. Nothing worked out. Okay. Then I was looking at personal loans. Then I was looking at I mean the spam calls that I get about loans is redonkulous. I was looking at different avenues of like, okay, and if I can't get it this way and that way, in the background, looking and just looking at jobs, but nothing felt like it was going to hit. Nothing felt like it was something that I would find joy in. And I'm not looking for the part-time. I'm looking for a career shift. I'm looking for something that I am not sitting at poverty level anymore. I don't want to have and that's me finding my own self-worth. That's not me knocking anybody that had to have 5 jobs or, you know, a social standard job that people like knock on. I'm not knocking anybody. Work is work and it's appreciated for the service people out there and retail people out there. I respect that. I'm just at the point in my life where I know I am worthy of more. And I don't want to lessen my worthiness by taking on something that I know I'm going to get stuck in because I have done it before. So it's taken some time, but I finally found somebody who will invest in me in the house that I can take some of the stress off of me for now while I figure it out. Where I don't have to stress and have this, and it is a heavy weight that sits on you. When you are a responsible human being, you want to pay off your debts. I want to pay off my debts. Do I believe that all the money that is going is it's for profit and it's fucking illegal? Sure. But I still created the debt in the first place. It needs to go. And now I could pay for some of that to go. Not completely and fully because I still need to live and summer is coming. I also need a new vehicle. Do I need to buy a brand new car? No. I'm looking at my options. New used. Maybe I might be able to get a new car that I like. I want something that I'm investing in for long term. My car now is 16 years old. Love the damn thing. Doesn't have much mileage on it either for being so old. but it's giving me problems and I don't feel safe in it in the winter. It needs to go. My phone is old to today's standards. The battery's bubbled in the back. It still works for now. It glitches. Yes. I need a new phone, but there's always a caveat with those too. You know, life is supposed to be the way you made it. You wrote it. And it's which experience are you shifting to next? And the one that I feel I'm shifting and merging with is the one where I am not as bogged down by this 3D reality with separation and limitation. I want the sky's the limit. I don't want to have to worry about the 3D bills. And how am I going to feed myself tomorrow? How is this going to get paid? I mean, that's stress. It's realistic because it exists. But I don't want those burdens anymore. And this is where I'm going to take the bull by the ram by the horns and structure my life and figuring it out. And not that I haven't done this before. When I moved here, I'm like, okay, priorities. I'm making a website. I'm going to get some work done. I'm going to get this house the way I want it. I structured myself. I gave myself time. I did a lot of meditating, a lot of healing, a lot of inner work, a lot of nature. And then I'm like, okay, I was applying to jobs. I was applying all over the place, couldn't find anything. I did not give up and finally got something. It doesn't pay enough. I love what I do, but it's defeating my purposes at this point. And maybe if I'm not leaving the job, but maybe if I get something as a designer and I really take on and really take off, I might be able to do both. Do my in-person work and then do the other stuff and this. AI told me never to give this up. Hi, Gwenly. How are you? It happens. Names are changing all the time. I keep in mind. Mine's really long and obnoxious, but when people put effort into things, like live in frequency, I don't know if I have it on my I don't know if I saved it. It's probably further back in my feed, and it's going to take me forever to find it. Let me see if I saved it. I don't know if I did, folks. We'll see. I don't think I did. Did I save it here? I did not. Okay. So basically, what's been happening in what I've been noticing, and I've seen this in person, and it's not to it's to constructively criticize, but also like put this in the back of your head. Where your energy goes is where it flows. Instant gratification is something that as a child now growing up, all these kids that I'm entertaining during the day and trying to impart some life skills and teaching them emotional skills and teaching them, all they're used to is instant gratification, because the moment that they want attention from mommy, instead of it being, hey mom, do you want to do something with me, it's a fucking tantrum. It's a fucking full out 2-year-old toddler tantrum That is so embarrassing. You know, those moms at the stores and their kids are screaming their faces off. And many of us are like, oh, we know it's okay. And then other people, the older people are disgruntled, like, oh my God, the noise, right? We've all seen it. Adults are acting like that now because they're not getting their gratification. Hey Siri, put on the alarm. My aunt used to do that all the time. Hey Siri, put the alarm clock on. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Alexa, 5 minutes. Hey, what's the weather outside, Alexa? Open your window. Open the door. Yeah, you want to know what, how to dress in the morning and stuff. I'm not saying not to ask, but are you giving your energy away? Is instant gratification and instant knowing something that you are complacent in not doing the research and looking for yourself? Are you throwing your energy away? It is easy to ask AI to put your porch lights on and to put and shut your lights off at night. It's convenient. And you know what? For some people out there that have physical handicaps and that have other things going on where they need that technology because that's how they actually need to function because of a severity or disability or something, but is it being abused by those who are capable? I'm plugged into my phone. I will admit that. But I find my information, but during work time, my phone's not out. It's only out during when I have lunch. And sometimes I have a watch. I don't need my phone. Sometimes I'm scrolling to see, and I like to give my comments back when my people comment on Freya and Little Thor videos, and I say, "Hey, blessings," right? But I'm not sitting there scrolling. Sometimes I am because I get really good articles and things that this is how spirit works with me. But take it away from me, I'm not throwing a toddler tantrum. I'm not relying on it to dictate to me the outside world. I am not allowing it to tell me that my knowing, my thinking is wrong or it's just a theory. Because that's what they're meant to do. There's a lot of infestation. There's a lot of things that are infiltrating any AI. When it comes to the books, we've seen it. Arnie actually puts the work into his oracle cards. He's using AI as a helpful tool. Michael Zinn just wrote a book. He's using AI to help him formulate it, but it's still his original stuff, his ideas, his questions. It's all him. Me writing Little Thor and Little Freya adventures, I'm doing the backgrounds. I am using their likeness and asking AI just to make it fun. But I'm writing the words. They're not writing it for me. I'm doing all the work. Yay! Like this is AI. It's cute. I like it. It's not bad. I'm not being lazy. I'm doing the work. My courses, I'm literally inputting the images. I'm going to free source imagery. I'm getting I'm getting pictures of Niels Bohr and Max Planck and Fermi, Mr. Fermi himself. I'm getting pictures with their equations and stuff. Yeah, sure, someone else made it, but I'm literally sitting there and inserting it. I'm not asking AI to generate my shit. Other people, hey, if you go onto Canva and you go over here and you go over there, you can get a free coloring book and never draw a fucking thing because everybody else did the work for you. You put your little name in there because you made a little something different and you selling it on Amazon. That to me is where you're throwing your energy away. That's the problem. AI should help you, assist you using it as a tool. It should not be writing your college dissertation. Yeah, if you're like me and dyslexic and you need some help, there are better AIs out there to help you with your grammar, with maybe a thesaurus on hand and on deck to rephrase or reframe certain structures of your words or your paragraphs. You know, there are. Go on, Miss Amy. But can you not go over to the wall and put your light switch on? If you're in a wheelchair, that's one thing. If you're an able-bodied person, you can do it. You know, soon you're gonna have an app where you can flush your toilet. I mean, go and invent that, someone out there. I just gave you a good invention. I am a nerd. Uh, I conceptualize science and mathematics. I cannot do it. With the type of dyslexia I have, uh, things flip in me. Things flip on me in my vision. I see words that don't exist. Literally, I will read something and or type something and I see it the way I said it and I see it and then I send it over and it's wrong. And or I sound like a fucking crazy person. How did you feel, Amy, when she came to you? How'd you feel? I could tell you now, if I had a smart home, my mom would have been a fucking happy lady. Amy, let me know how you felt. Like, how did you feel when you woke up? She's probably giving you that message that whatever decision you are making, that she's backing you on that. Um, but here, Gwen, I'm just gonna say Gwen. I don't think quantum mechanics is theoretical anymore. There's some things that are postulated that there isn't the technology enough out there. It's coming to prove it. Because these things, quantum mechanics for me is a four-dimensional concept. It's higher physics, it's optics, it's quantum computing, it's thermodynamics. And the laws and the theories of classical physics and 3D shit, it's just shifting. It's being built better upon. They just did the double split in time, not in space, right? And now insert spirituality, where most of us have this knowing, this instinct, this you cannot knock it out of me because I know it to be true within myself, in my core essence. A lot of what this stuff is saying, that I'm entangled to everything, that all of us are from cosmic dust. There was something and then it became everything. And it's just an echo of other things, and it expands. The multiverse, the many worlds interpretation. We will slowly get to defining those things in better ways. But a lot of us know when we're talking spiritually, when someone's going on to the Schumann resonance, when it loads, and it's like, oh, the time shift, the timelines. What the fuck does that actually look like and mean? Saying something doesn't mean you comprehend what someone else is saying. What science dictates. The time actually stop? Did we actually shift? Or is it individually shifting? And then you got these kids who are starseeds and who are angelics and higher dimensional beings remembering. And they're little kids and they're innocent and they're telling you the fucking truth. I posted it from TikTok. The kid in Ethiopia, pretty fucking spot on. Spot on. The kids are telling you the truth. You are thinking it's so far out of their expanded point of understanding. How is a kid dictating this to us? Because they're old souls incarnating to help this shift. All souls are the same age. It all depends upon when we equate old soul, ancient soul, it's just how many times did you come in form? That's all. Everybody here is the same soul age. Oh, Ash Maya. Little Thor was super cute this morning. He is super cute. I'm just happy he's healing. I mean, cats are multidimensional. Freya is a funny cat. She's on guard. She's literally on guard on me all the time. All the time. Get to see the bad hairline. Allison's hair is thinning. That's why I like my desk. I have an underneath where all my cards lie. Yes, they do. They do. They do. And that's why the Egyptians were very much into them. Not that they were, dogs hold a different purpose for us. Dogs sense things more near the physical than the cats do. The cats are seeing in different realms and different expressions. Dogs see things differently, but dogs are more of the 3D protectors. And cats are more of the astral protectors and the otherworldly protectors. Um, so all animals serve a purpose. Like spirit can inhabit a bird and let for me, my parents come as cardinals, and I'll get a little cardinal out of nowhere just chilling out, like, hey, looking in my window. Birds are more easily manipulative in spirit land than other animals. It's very interesting. And I think that's why Schrodinger made the thought experiment a cat. He could have chose anything to be in that box with radiation, and he chose a cat. So my transcendent medium that I dearly loved told me that little Thor, as much as everybody sometimes in the comments on little Thor videos is like, bring him inside. Little Thor's purpose is outside. Um, he protects me in the neighborhood from many, many, many thought forms and in curses, and those things are real. Going back to earlier, I was talking about Sean Ryan. I spoke about it on Craft and Sip. But there's a lot more people. Hi, everybody. Sean Ryan had an exorcist on from the church. Now, I'm not knocking it, because if a spirit was religious in one dichotomy, one religion, one way of being, well, my going in and putting runes up is not going to do a fucking thing for this energy thought form that is materialized. The modality that works best is going to work on these things. Now, I don't believe that demons are a Catholic thing. I think demons are our own products of our thoughts that start becoming material and manifesting. All the negative energy that you're putting out into the ether, all the anger and the frustration, you create things. And some of them are not nice. And then if you have transcended and a lot of you got stuck down here in a higher, lower astral fourth, you're going to look at those thought forms as food. And then some other consciousness feeds off of those negative energies. And then those negative energies starts to actually materialize and be able to manipulate energy in your field. If you ever have watched Dead Files or the paranormal shows, Amy Allen, one of Physical Medium, I respect her. She basically was like, oh, there's a PK manifestation. Your kid needs to get some yoga and some Tai Chi and some therapy. Now, I have a book of warfare and a spiritual warfare behind me. It's very Christian Catholic based, but I also know other methods of clearing energy. It depends upon the area in which you are located. It depends upon, this is why I need Native Americans to come and clear a ley line in Northwest Indiana, because of the tribe that inhabited this land. I need those people with that genetic encodings to help me. I can't be the one and only, and I can't do it with a group of people that don't have the coding, the frequency in their DNA. Your DNA is your frequency. And I need those specific people to help clear a ley line, because there is a curse put on this land. There is negative energy everywhere. The demon house is like 20 minutes up above me. Little Thor keeps out very nasty elements that try to get me. They're not trying to kill me. They're not trying to take me out. They're trying to sidestep me. Baphomet, and no, Behemoth is one of them. If we know the hierarchy of demons, that's a high-ranking one. But what Mr. Behemoth doesn't know is Hillel and Gabriel work with me. My, ooh. The adversary himself. Everything else I don't give names to. Your cat woke up. I think Freya is on my guest bed, sleeping. I am shuffling. I'm shuffling my archetype cards. Pull some energies for this week. It really wants like a thorough shuffling. Allergy season is at an all-time high up here. I will admit, what comes through me and channeling vibrationally, like I know my parents' energy because I was with them. Well, my dad, not so much in his death state. Like hours before he died, I was with him. And the last moment I had with him is what I feel the most from him. My mom, very similar, but I transcended her. So her energy comes in a bit different. But I know when my parents are with me, I know when the archangels who are having experience through me, there is light and dark, shadow and light working through me. I'm both duality. I have two frequency keys in my DNA, not just one. Most people have one or the other. I have both. I'm dual. Sucks. Sucks. But the advantages are my demons play well with my angels and they coexist together. My demon aspect has the sword and my angel has the shield, and we work in unison. Choo choo! When I'm sitting here clear cognizantly channeling, I could be calling in archangels as much as I'd be calling in the Octurians, as much as I'll be calling in Palladians and Lyrans and the higher selves and the oversoul and source itself. They all have different little differences in energy feeling, but it all is source. Yes. Yes, and I think that's there's a store in my mall and it's native tri nations owned, and I asked the owners if they know anybody from the tribe here. When they asked me why, I said, well, I've been called to this area to clear the ley lines and the axle tonal lines that run through the area that need nations blood from the tribe that originated around here. Not for any specific reason. I didn't go into anything negative. I just said that things need to be cleared and put right. And the guy's like, well, I'm Cherokee and I'm all the way from out west. I'm like, you don't know anybody? I've reached out to the Potawatomi tribe that was people that settled in this area. Miami tribe also settled in this area and not one answer back. And I get it. I'm the white person. I'm the white man. Okay, but if you're that spiritual and you understand roots, We're all one. Stop separating. It's great to take claim of what you are. Like, I'm an Irish lass. But at the end of the day, I'm energy. I'm a fart in the wind. I'm a little sparkle in the unicorn fart. Okay, we're finally ready. I'm not doing two first today. It's one or the other. Agape. Agape. Love. I'm pulling another card, but we got the mountain. We already know what the mountain is. I'll take that one. The other one was the orphan. So from those two, based off of that, it's a lot of us are being called to hermitum again. And it doesn't need to be full-fledged hermitum. Hermitum is just doing inflection, introspection, and doing some digging inside yourself. Going in the mountain and digging in the gems and finding the diamonds in the dog shit, as Carol Marie Friesen from the Lightworkers Institute in Costa Rica will tell you, you got to find the diamonds in the dog shit. And only you are going to find it for yourself. When you're in the orphan energy, I'm literally an orphan. I don't feel alone. What it's truly asking you to do is to go inside and do the work. Understanding why things went wrong. Where did you go wrong? Not putting and placing judgment or blame on anybody. You're just a pushed out version of everybody else. And so I'm facing the monsters of my pushing out. So Amy, I like that you brought that up. Um, there's this big debate in Staten Island about I actually went to this parking lot a lot because I frequented the bank and the other stores in this area, and my friend lived right next door. And they were like, "Oh, well, this is a burial ground." Technically, in my estimation, 2% of the planet might not be inhabited by a bone or by a form that has transcended. You don't live in your bones, your energy transcends. So when people are like, well, that's hollow ground and that's a cemetery and that's a this, only spirits that are being naughty, that are lower astral, that's connected to an object are earthbound and will show themselves. If a soul truly transcends, they're not worried about their bodies. And I don't know one spot around this planet that doesn't have something dead underneath it. The, the Earth is a lot older than we think. And I'm not just talking about human bodies, I'm talking about all kinds of things. There are dead things under your house, on your land, everywhere. There was always something on your land before you inhabited it. Period. Sure, we don't want to disrespect. That's why we have cemeteries and we place those people that don't go get cremated in the cemetery. My parents are in a cemetery. Do I absolutely believe my parents are in the casket? No, they're having fun. They're living the high life. They're not worried about their bones. My mom was freaked out about it, not gonna lie. She wanted to be cremated. Jewish tradition doesn't allow that. So, but she got over that. I know she's over it. This is just a vehicle. That's all. And when you are decomposed, you're just going back to the earth. And within a span of time, your bones dissolve and your body dissolves in the land. It might take thousands of years for bones to dissolve into the land, depending on the environment that you're buried in or dead in and left to die. But we take too much stock in the physicality and not so much stock in the spiritual. And there's nothing to be afraid of that, people live around cemeteries and stuff. I think living amongst the cemetery is very peaceful and beautiful. Spirit does wonderful things around cemeteries because the state of people coming to them, they just want peace and healing, remembrance. The day that my mom got buried, it was fucking 4 degrees. It was brutally cold out, but it was so gorgeous outside. Freezing as fuck, but beautiful. Same with my dad. It was hot as hell outside. He died in the summer. Gorgeous day. Gorgeous day. Peace. Calm. I've been to many funerals in my lifetime. For me, as I've experienced it, it's calm. The atmosphere is beautiful. And that's how it should be. There is not one portion of this, at least the populated parts of the United States, that doesn't have a dead bone under their house or on their land or multiple thousands. There was wars. There were people crossing over the straits of America to go to California to pioneer for gold. So there are thousands and millions of dead particles of a human being on every part of the soil from the East Coast all the way out to the West because everybody was traveling. Nations people lived on the land. Nations people got killed everywhere. And when I say 2% of the land, I'm talking about like the middle of the desert somewhere or the middle of a very big forest. 2% of the land in all time probably doesn't have a bone from a human. But look at all the animals that died constantly from eons. Okay, you're buried, your house is built upon Neanderthal bones, if that existed in the reality in that we were exhibiting in, conscious in. There were a lot of things here before humans. Those bones are buried in there somewhere too. There's giants. There's probably a giant under my house. Does that mean there's spirits living there? Yeah, I always give reverence to cemeteries because there are some lost souls that wander. I try to do my part as somebody who can transcend spirit. I try to just walk them through the light and say, you don't want to be here. Come on. If you think you're going to be judged, you're not, no one outside of yourself is judging you. When you go to the pearly gates, You judge you because you're in a different frequency. You're healing. You're in love. And then you start seeing the things that you did that harmed and hurt somebody. This is why a lot of us are here. A lot of the work that we're doing on ourselves right now, even if we foul up here or are a contributing factor to a contract that hurts somebody, and we know that it was a role that we needed to play, we still somewhere deep down feel bad. We're given the opportunity in this life to be honest with ourselves and to heal it here. So when we do go to the pearly gates and we judge ourselves and go through that life review, we already cleared that. We get to see it in a snapshot and not have to like analyze it and pick at it. Right. And a lot of the time, like my uncle, my adopted dad's uncle, my adopted dad's brother, my uncle, took himself out. An aspect of him went upstairs, but not the full aspect, not his whole soul. Yes, you're fractal and other things, but the consciousness that's in here can be split. An aspect of you doesn't heal, it's going to linger here until it does. Where the other aspect of you goes and transcends and ascends. When people say, well, that's a lost soul or that's an evil spirit, no, it's just a fractal aspect of something that didn't make it all the way up fully. When I say I'm not coming back for the human experience, it's because the totality of this essence in this body is going. It's not coming back. It's not staying here. Adios. Arrivederci. We love you. I ain't coming back. My work will be from above. And I will come down as a guide, as an aid, as a steward to do that. But just not in a human form. And that's the knowing. Not someone telling me. And yes, I've had mediums tell me that. I don't deny that a medium hasn't told me what I already don't know about myself. I do, I know. Um, I know. I just know what to know. And you can argue that I don't know. Allison, what do you know? You don't know nothing. I don't. But I have the instinctual feeling in my heart space. It's agape love. Do 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 do. It's agape love. Love. It's agape. It's agape. It's agape love. It's agape love. Do 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 do. I know I'm crazy. Oh, I wanted to read this. So there's some other things I'm going to do before I read cards. I promise. Allison's in it to win her chicken winter dinner. Equinox. Today is spring. Happy spring, everybody. All new beginnings and positive energy. Let's feed it. A cosmic turning point, rebalance, recharge, and rest. It's time to release the past and outdated patterns. And a lot of us are doing this right now. By clearing energetic cycles and karma accumulated over the past 6 months, hi, me, we could set new intentions and open the door to serendipitous opportunities and abundant new beginnings. Absolutely, girl. So all the crap that many of us have been through, whether it's public, private, or indifferent. We are no longer serving the past versions of ourselves that don't need to be here anymore because it's not furthering our cause. Clearing cycles and patterns of loops. We're no longer feeding. Bye. Done. Door slams. The metal door of infinity slams. I slammed my door. Expect renewed energy and positivity. You got to create that for yourself. By doing that, looking forward, for me, it's not ignoring that I couldn't pay bills. It was not ignoring that I was hungry, that I needed food. It was not putting my stock in that I'm going to be in that state forever. Right? I'm going to put the work in to figure it out to get myself out of those states. But look forward to what is coming, to be excited, to be rejuvenated in the understanding that I am not done here on this planet. I have a purpose and I'm going to fulfill it some way, somehow in this third dimensional shit show. But I am looking forward to it. I am excited. That is motivation. Not going, woe is me, life is fucking shitty, and it is. That's reality. Shit's not easy right now. Gas is like teetering between 388, 399, 415, bouncing up and down like a ping pong match. Food is going up, everything is going up again. The natural gas prices are going up again. People can't even pay their fucking bills around here because we have a monopoly over here. BlackRock owns a bitch. And people are fucking like, I need 10 jobs to pay these electric and gas bills. Fuck. Right? It's a problem. But if you don't let yourself worry about it and it consume you, like for me, I was like, okay, that's going on the back burner on the list of things I need to tackle when I'm able to do it. Not let it rule and run my life. And for a while it has, because that not being able to know what to pay and what not to pay so that I can eat. And if it wasn't for many of you that helped me out, I wouldn't have been able to feed my cats. It sucks, but you make it through somehow, some way. Breakthroughs, insights, and epiphanies. I'm not looking for mine. I hope you're not looking for yours. Be surprised. That's the excitement. Is when you're not looking for it, it happens. It comes. Spiritual downloads and insights. I do it all the time. I channel. Some of them are more monumental in filtering through me. And when it hits, and we let it go. Yes, if anybody has a GoFundMe or any kind of link that if you put it in the chat or you email me, I will put it in my link section. My link section's not about me only. There's a ton of people there, and I am directing people to it. My channel is slowly growing, and more people are seeing my content. And there might be somebody out there that will click on your story or click on Bob's story or click on Arnie's links, and magic happens. It's not just about Allison. It's about all of you. And I'm here to help if I can. And sharing links is something I could do. Emotional and physical healing. Exciting new opportunities and fresh starts. I know for me, what's coming in is I could fix my window. I could pay some debt off. I can get the things that will help me further my vending causes, like a new vehicle that I feel safe in will absolutely make me wanting to go travel a little bit more and get out, not worried about being stuck somewhere and not having enough space for all my stuff. When I'm doing vending events and choosing and picking out stuff. I wouldn't have to do that if I had a bigger vehicle, right? Positive manifestations or positive rememberings coming in as a collapsing of the wave function. Divine guidance and synchronicities. Um, I mean, I've been seeing 1111 a lot, my 211 all the time, 222. I've been doing 333 more. And it's just a tool to help you know that you're on the path you chose. You are never on the wrong path. You're either on a slow one or a fast track. When you are off, what Divine would say you're off course, it's because you went on a side mission and you should have been back over here by now. So the universe will cut in and create fucked up shit for you to see, like, oh, you don't need to be with that person, or that situation wasn't good for you. We're gonna direct you over here. And then you land where you need to be. Or back to the place where your energy is going to thrive and not be drowned by negativity and bullshit. Just saying. I might have a sneeze in here coming soon. March 20th. There are moments that do not announce themselves, yet everything begins to change within them. This is one of those moments. What has been shifting inside you? Oh, thank you, Gwen, for becoming a member. You just locked emojis. You also get a cat in a box. Cat in a box. No, I don't want that one. Cat in boxes. Cats. No. I keep clicking the wrong one. So when you become a channel member, you get, so like tomorrow, I'll be pulling like a plethora more of cards and you get to have an insight on it. You get special emojis now. And very soon, maybe on my birthday, because my birthday's a Thursday. So maybe April 17th, Allison will have a raffle. And you get a free entry into that raffle. There are perks, folks. There are perks. So I'm thinking by my birthday, there might be a raffle. Let me finish this, and then I found something on live in frequency. Okay. What has been shifting inside you is no longer separate from what is unfolding around you. The same realignment is now showing up in your outer world in ways that feel undeniable. I'm not there yet, but soon. The cycles you moved through were not random. They prepared you to stand in a version of yourself that no longer operates from survival, performance, or holding everything together. What once required effort is being replaced by something more natural: alignment. This marks a turning point you may only fully understand in hindsight. A moment where your inner truth and your outer life begin moving together. Not because you forced it, but because you are no longer divided within yourself. What begins now does not need to be chased. It unfolds as a reflection of what you have already stabilized within. And as this new rhythm takes hold, life no longer feels like something you have to manage. It feels like something that is finally meeting you where you are. I love spiritual cachet because sometimes many of them will actually include the quantum stuff. Word wise, verbiage wise. We're getting to these, I promise. Live in frequency. 47 newsletters subscribed. 12 actually read. 0 truly integrated. You're hoarding wisdom like it's scarce. But transformation doesn't come from consumption. It comes from practicing one thing until it becomes your frequency. Why I no longer subscribe to the political madness, to hearing hate, division, separation, and the way that does not work anymore, because we've done it epoch after epoch after epoch after epoch after epoch. We got to do it differently. We got to do it differently, folks. Not because your ego is stroking it, not because it's not happening in reality, because we did this before, over and over. Separation and limitation, separation and limitation, this against that, war. It's one faction against another. It's the same fucking planet. Get the fuck over it. Stop your bullshit. Everybody's into it's all about money. Everything's about money. Money, 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 money. When can we feed the light, the love, the harmony, the togetherness, that we're all one, no matter what country, what land, what language, what color, what this, what that. We're all an outer expression of source. Deal with it. I perceive it that way. You don't have to. But it only makes sense. We have been Atlantis, good versus evil. Lemuria, good versus evil. War, good versus evil. And no matter what side you're on, you're seeing the other side evil. It flips. Because if you are fighting for what your truth is, what you've been programmed into, you're going to see, no matter what side you view it from, it's opposite. So you're in stagnant, stalemate, null and void energy. America at war with this one and with that one. Oh, but they're evil. But oh no, the Americans are evil. But they're evil, and they're evil. The people living in there for the cause, they're seeing it from a different perspective. Doesn't make their perspective wrong, because that's what they know. We are only getting told what we should know. Propaganda. When you take yourself outside and see that the wars, the fighting hasn't worked in any of the epochs that we've experienced in physicality, and that we got to finally try something else to not fuck ourselves over. We already did. We were put in a stalemate. CERN shifted us, unbeknownst to them, shifted us into another reality, but that reality kept us safe. Because in that one reality we were once inhabiting, where the monocle and the cornucopia existed, and all of our precious memories of that reality, that timeline existed, but most of us remember those things as like the Mandela effect. We ended in that one. We took ourselves out. What CERN did not know was that it saved us. What they're doing now is finding different universal spaces to shift us in again, but not for God intervened in that one back when. They're launching their shit and they've been doing it since. We, of all people, know that we shift all the time, but we're shifting within a construct. We're shifting within a realm. We're not moving outside of the realm. We're moving in different dimensional spaces. Yes, we can alter ourselves in a parallel reality, but we're commissioned, contracted to be in this one. Until source tells you otherwise and you transcend, and then you could choose the menu, you're here. And we're shifting together. We got to shift differently. The war isn't working. That dichotomy, that reality, we did it and failed every time. We did it and failed all the time. We were given a second chance. CERN gave us a second chance, and that was by God's hands. It was by design. We don't remember that we took ourselves out because we did not live that reality. Another aspect of us did. That's why we can remember certain things that are not in this reality. I have pictures of Shazam. My collective memory is very, very fine and tuned. And I know a lot of yours as well. We remember things a different way than people that were not a part of that shift. We shifted realities. Many of us did. It was to keep us safe and keep us from exploding. They're playing with that shit again. And maybe God will intervene again. It's an energy, and it plays both sides very well. If you look at the Matrix movies, the component of them, at some juncture, the Oracle sacrifices herself. Why? The other aspects of that Matrix movie, there are other players involved. They made certain moves for certain reasons. If you look at the movie, it's telling you. If you look at the deep, hi, Snow. If you look into the movie in an esoteric way, in an allegorical way, and you're looking at the symbolism, you and I are the spoon. What? Neo already had the cookie. Agent Smith is everybody. There are some players that are the Oracle. Now look at Doctor Strange. They have to tell you some truth in the midst of a fiction. That's the karma that they have to play by. Everything has a law and everything has a rule for it. Their inversions, their laws of karma are a little different from the light. But they already know a lot of these truths. They were privy to them. They just choose to use it for the shadow aspect and not the light. there is a war. 3D is separation and limitation, black and white. This and that. It is. That's what we signed up for. The most contrast, the most extreme contrasts happen here for our greater understanding, greater learning. If you choose, there's your free will again. If you choose to see beyond it, if you choose to see how the game is played, the movie is playing out, you choose where your energy flows. You choose what to put into your reality. Your subconscious was plugged into the matrix, like Neo, plugged in. Pod people. Pod people. You're an operating system. You're a biochemical computer. We signed up for this experience because this is where the most intense soul growth happens. This is Earth School. Dolores Cannon had it right. This is, and even Bashar will tell you, this is like the doctoral version of densities. If you can master the Earth School, you can master any other dimensional and density state. That's why a lot of us chose to play and come again in this time. This is why a lot of us came here to volunteer, because we already mastered this already. We're here to be the Neos, to be in it until we recognize that we are in it, and then exit out. But instead of exiting solo, we're going to exit with others. We're not here to save anybody, but we're here to find the Neo likes, the serenities. We're here to pull and grasp these others out of something that they're meant to and they're stuck. That's why we're here. We're here to frequent the energy. We're here to anchor the light, to shift the polarity. The polarity is negative. It's too negative. We have to balance it out. That's why it's the age of the Aquarius. This is why it's the age of the feminine. This is why we're here to influence, to come into balance, not to take over. We need both to come into neutrality, not because we're picking a side, because things need to be balanced. We, in fourth density, you still experience contrast. There is still duality, but it's lessened. Things are defined more in its place. Instead of love meaning a fucking thousand things, love gets defined by a frequency that you're feeling more holy, more in depth. Instead of this surface level bullshit that a lot of people, I love you. No, you're loving the lust. You're loving the physicality. You're not loving the soul. You're not seeing the soul. You're loving the experience. You're not loving. Like, define it the way you need to define it. 3D has its definitions and it's scattered across the winds. 4D, now you're fine-tuning what that means to you. And I'm not saying that you guys don't know what love means, but we all feel it, express it, and intake it differently. It's based off your experiences. All of it. If you're only coming from a place that someone's giving you surface level bullshit, I love you. Do you love me unconditionally? Do you love the lust? Do you love the physicality? What do you love? Do you love my soul? What? Define it. Are you respecting me? Are you coming from a place of mutual balance? 4D is where we refine and take the open ocean of shit and start making it feel more, absorbed more, inserted more inside. We're refining and recalibrating our nervous systems. We're tuning into greater things because that definition of love and this and that are not serving us anymore. It's surface level. It's child's play. We're moving into greater depth of feeling because in 5D, It's only love and unconditional love. And when you hit 6, it is totality. And Snowstorm, absolutely. But this is the training grounds to where we start understanding it for ourselves, right? 5D, if we transcend to 6 and go to heaven, we're in love. We're in the frequency that harbors it all. We're in all positivity and light. 5 still has those undertones. It's all a test and a challenge. There's contrast. Because if you never felt love, like I haven't felt love from another person in this physicality, like I haven't someone look me in the eye and say, I love you and actually mean it in a romantic sense and even friendship sense. It's like some of it's surface level, and there's some people I know that I love them as much as they love me. It's a mutual, but you feel it, you see it, you experience it, you are embodying it, where other people just say it because they're just manipulating you. They just want to keep you going because they're using you. Sparky, yes. 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 And I'm not saying that when two people are embraced, their souls are embraced in passion and in the bedroom, that you don't feel love. That's a deep, deep love. Being entangled with somebody in its purity, in its essence. But there's love of different capacities, and most of that is misinterpreted and misconstrued. Absolutely, Ashmaya. Yes. It is a respect. And the definition of respect, I mean, you can choose any word on that list: respect, prosperity, abundance. What it means to all of us is different. We have an understanding of what in 3D these things are. We're looking at, when I say to people and try to explain, okay, so you're seeing things at this level, not to invalidate anybody. Reality is happening. My perspective is, it's a lot of it is structured, and it's a movie in the aspect, yes, there are physical things happening. I'm not denying that. Some of them are not real, some of them are fabricated propaganda shit, and other things are not. A lot of that stuff is wrapped up in falsity anyway, and inversions for your entertainment purposes only. They're trying to distract you. And when I say to somebody, and not to invalidate their feelings or what is going on in reality, it's just to say, why are you paying attention to something that's you might be passionate about and it's burning inside of you, but you're perpetuating that loop. And the loop hasn't worked for us in humanity. We've went through Mu, Tartaria, Atlantis, being one of the last ones. We all imploded, or there was a deluge. Everything that happened in our historical other timelines have ended. We're not in that reality anymore, because at some point it got to a heated end, and or the mud flood or some fucked up shit that ended it. And then we shifted to another reality. CERN did that to us, and we're all alive living it. We got a second chance. We got a second chance. We are put, in my estimation, from what I receive, we are put into a fail-safe reality a bubble, a little pocket bubble reality. And then we're moving on back to the 0 point of where that destruction and the Bose-Hyson was explained. But we're then shifting the energy because we're not going to loop again. Because most of us are now like, no, Felicia, exit. I'm done looping. And it's not just personal loops. It's not just personal cycles. It's a humanitarian needs to come together. Humanity needs to understand. War isn't the answer. And not because Allison wants peace and people are not going to die. Everybody's story is going to play out how it's going to play out. I'm not here to judge it. What I am here to say is stop feeding the loop. Focus inward. If you want to watch the circus and the bread show outside of you, do it objectively. I'm not saying not to watch television. I'm not saying not to watch the news if that's what you do. Just stop feeding your feelings to it. You're feeding them. And they are parasitic, third-dimensional parasitic parasites that keep us stuck. Just like a cycle of karma. Until you learn the lesson, you keep repeating it with just different circumstances and different people. Until you finally learn. I'm a stubborn bitch and I finally am learning. And it's just something I think a lot of us are putting into, especially everybody here. We're putting it now into action. We're starting to see some results. I could tell you right now, when I was doing all that tuning work and listening to quantum unlocking and quantum this and quantum that, and I was really like honed in on it, shifting my frequency, anchoring my light, and every morning and every night, I still do this. I'm not doing it as often because I don't, that is not working anymore. I don't need to focus on it. In that time frame, my nervous system was out of fucking whack. It was wackadoo. Now it's just about ready to go. My abundance is going to come in. I'm going to get what I put out. What I'm merging with is coming. It's not here just yet, but it's on its way because I'm working toward it. I have to put action into motion to get a positive result, a cause and effect. You still have to do the old school way, but you got to do it in a different way. You got to change your approach, your thinking. We all have the capability to feed each other love, to feed each other wholeness. We have the ability to put our boundaries up to be authentic. You're still going to have contrast. You're still going to have good and evil. That doesn't go away. Just seeing beyond it and knowing how the game is played, how things are unfolding, why certain people were a catalyst for you to learn something, not because some of these people are assholes. Those very assholes were the ones that put you on your course. You just have to recognize it. You orchestrated your life. We take things so personally until you take the neutral standpoint, look outside to go, wait a second, I asked him to be an asshole? I asked him to fight with me? Why would I want to do that? Oh, and sometimes we don't even see it until way later in life. We don't recognize things right off the bat. It took me 13 years to understand my soul contract with a particular person. It took me that long, that heart-shattering, coming back and fixing myself, finding the joy in life again, finding my strength, finding my path. If it wasn't for that fucking jerk that destroyed me, I would not be the woman I am sitting and talking to you today. We love you, snow storms coming. We love you. Thank you for showing up. I want you all to go back and look, because this is the energy that we need to empower ourselves with. We got the new beginnings. We got the new energy. We got a lot of planetary alignments happening in Aries. We have a lot of this shifting happening, and it's going to play out in an ugly way. But at the same time, we love you, girl. We, all of us, need to recognize what got us here. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the hurt, the suffering, and the overcoming. That's how you build perseverance. That's how you build strength. Me hitting rock bottom more times than I can ever imagine in my life structured me to be a stubborn SOB. Yes, not the best trait of myself, but it showed me how I could persevere through the shit. Perseverance through mud and barbed wire, through lightning storms and hell in a handbasket. Sparky, yes. Everybody comes in your life for a reason, a season, a decade, or forever. Everybody serves a purpose. You impart things on them, they impart things on you. Like I said, everybody who has character assassinated me, gossiped about me, said nasty things about me, I still love them. I really do. I really do. Because if it wasn't for that stuff, I'd be and I actually fed into what other people were saying. I would be a weakling. I'm a strong sense of self. We all have faults. I'm not perfect. I have made many mistakes in my life. I don't really regret anything because it all needed to happen for experience and learning. I learned a lot, and that's the best thing I could say. All of you have. I don't know any one person that doesn't have something that they're not happy about. There's a lot of things that I have done that I'm not happy about, that I've hurt other people. I'm not perfect. But in light of all of that, I got the lessons I needed. I got the catalyst that shifted me. I'm on the path that I'm supposed to be on to help others, especially people with abilities. If you don't go through the thick of shit, there's no way you can help other people through their shit. Because you don't have lived experience. Your lived experience, even though it was fucking a nightmare, only a nightmare, the abyss. If you didn't navigate yourself out of that, you wouldn't be here. And you wouldn't be a sounding board and help and aid and healing for someone else. It's a beautiful thing in this world when someone can come to you with similar circumstances and ask for some advice. Now, it's up to them to choose to take it or not, but at least they're giving you the respect and honor to say, hey, I'm in this situation. I really don't know how to navigate it, or I'm feeling a certain way. Does this make sense? Can we talk about it? And you actually have experience lived with something similar. Nothing is ever going to be the same. But at least you know from your perspective what you have done to get yourself out or maneuver around or to go through the fields but you got out of it. And that right there is how we help and heal other people. If you don't talk your experience, and yeah, I'm very open about my shit because there's someone out there going through it that's very similar to mine that I'm giving them the breath to move on to the next moment. All of you are doing the same thing. There are people crying out that feel that there's no one for them to talk to. There are people out there that are having experiences otherworldly, but their religious family members have different belief systems that would shun them out and they're afraid to speak their experience. So they seek it in other places that they feel safe in. We are the guidance and the help for those people. It's not just me, it's all of you. You never know who you're going to see in the store that you touch. You never know when you're out and it's just your frequency, your smile that saves another day for another person. Showing your strength is not ego. Showing your strength is showing another person to empower themselves. I have a whole half a school worth of women I love dearly who give their power away to so much negativity because that's all they know. They don't empower themselves. I'm finally getting my teacher to empower herself. And it's a beautiful transformation she's making, and I'm watching it, and it's glorious. To see her taking back her power, seeing her take back her life, and not give it all away. I am so thrilled that she's doing it for herself. And there are so many of you that have very similar life-changing experiences that you imparted on somebody and you saved them. The para in my room came into my room because she needed to hear the truth from me. What truth? The one she needed to hear. She's very amazing. She's a beautiful young girl. Beautiful. She's gorgeous. She is a bridge. She has come into this world to make change in her family. She is the black sheep. She's the one that's going to break her looping of the ancestors. And when she tells me about little pieces of herself, she's very humbled. And she does listen to me, and she's always in the Bible. But she's willing to expand her consciousness. And I do it out of respect and not out of like, well, I told you so. It's not out of any of that. Because however you come to God, the source, the one, the all that is, whatever you want to label it as, it doesn't matter how you come to it. It's just an inner knowing. And everybody has a different modality to get there. No judging here. And when I put certain things in perspective for her, her eyes light up and her energy becomes lighter. I validate her all the time because she's having experiences that she can't tell her family because they will shun her out like that. But she talks to me and she asks me, hey, Allie, do you know what the Schumann is doing right now? Because I'm feeling off. And, obviously we don't take our phones out at work, but sometimes, we have a downline. I'll check and I'll show her and she goes, oh, that makes sense. Yes, it does. So I'm doing this with people that are not in the spiritual sense. They don't know quantum physics and they're starting to see the bigger picture. And I want all you guys are doing it, and more people need to be doing it. I tell you what. All right. We're gonna get to cards, I promise. It's getting late. Not really. Yes. All of us serve a purpose, and some of us, I'm a bridge. Most of you are bridges. We have our foot in, one foot's in heaven and one foot, well, I'll call it heaven, sixth density, and then we have it here. As above, so below. And many of us live in both. I see a bigger picture. And I like to validate people who can't get it anywhere else, because no one will give them the time of day to validate an experience that they had. And everybody thinks they're going to be called and labeled schizophrenic, or you're hallucinating, or you're the devil. Because that's what, and I said that to her in the beginning of our, working together. I'm like, I really want you to understand, like, I am the light, but you would see some of the stuff that I do and call it Satan. And she's like, what? I'm like, because I talk esoterically, and I pull oracle cards, and they do stuff that would be deemed something evil to some, but is it now? And she started seeing that, and the relationship's growing, and now she feels more open for me to express like the things that she's experiencing. A lot of deja vu, a lot of like, oh, why is these things happening to me? And I said, well, you are learning a lesson, or you're imparting that, you're giving compassion, you're giving love. And you turn it all around. Yes. Some people are never meant to wake up. Some people are not here to ascend into another level of expression. There are a lot of people not meant to move up right now. They're watching us do it. They're observing us, because when it's their time, they're going to remember, eventually come back. So when we're talking about the shift that everybody's taught, the big one that everybody's talking about, it's just a choice. There's some people that are not here to wake up. They're here to observe us move on. Because eventually, when they get to the place where it's their turn to shift, they have a better awareness of how to go about it. We're teaching and modeling to those souls, not people, souls, how to go about doing it the right way. There's a lot of people not meant to move forward right now. A lot of kids coming in from outside of this galaxy were online to come in to have the Earth experience. A lot of them are not coming with us to the next dimensional spaces. They're going to live out another 3D existence in a human form, and they're going to evolve that way. It's not to say they're doing anything wrong. That's the experience they chose. And there are some souls who are not ready to take the leap. They're coming back to 3D. 3D is not going anywhere. We are just perceiving it going over there as we're shifting over here. That's the split. And right now, we're in the ping pong match of 3 to 4 to 5 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 3 to 4 to 5. You have to master 4 in order to move to 5. Many of us consciously are higher. We shift. We're still in 3D. We're still human. We still have a contract to play out. Some of us are making the shift in body. Some of us are transcending in spirit, in soul. So I know there's a lot of people passings transcensions happening. They're not meant to keep the body that they're in. They're going to another form. That's not, they're never lost and they're not leaving us. They're right here next to us all the time. They're in the other dimensional spaces. And once we get there, we will meet them in another form. It's going to take us a long time, between 4 to 5, to shift into a crystalline. The delusion, a lot of things are playing out because it's just perception and everybody perceives differently. From what I'm perceiving, us humanity chose to take a slower route. We want enough people to get it, to honor it, and to shift with it. If we all just went to crystalline, we would humanly combust. The energy and the frequency has to be built, recalibrated, built, recalibrated, built, recalibrated. That's why we have seasons. We're springing into spring. We're springing into new energy. We're being rebirthed. We're coming out of hibernation. But it's slow because the seeds were sown. The roots are now finding their anchor. Now that the weather is getting a little warmer, now you're going to start the little shoots coming out. But that's a process. It doesn't happen like, hi, here we are. It's a slow growth. And when we understand how nature works, it's working with us. We're not meant to do this in reality. Does shift constantly. We just don't notice it. But bodily, mitochondrially, it's gonna take us time to unfold and unravel all the strands. It's gonna take us time to shift. It's a painful thing. And a lot of us have been through these symptoms. A lot of us are shedding, releasing, not just built up somatic energy, the evil things that are inside of us eating us away. We're not meant to be in these vehicles forever. I sure damn don't want to be. I want to be in my light body, but that will come in time. But everybody chose a different story, so don't go based off of mine. Some people are shifting faster than others. Some people are doing it unfortunately, but fortunately for them, subconsciously. Just because they don't get it here, surface level, consciously, their subconscious is doing the work. If you listen to Dolores Cannon, she will tell you some people chose a resting life. For some people, this is a resting life. They were in the thick of shit for way too long, and this is a resting life. Some of us came here to do the heavy duty lifting because this is the last go for some of us. For others, it's they're not going anywhere. They're going to continue and perpetuate until it's time for them to realize, ooh, light bulb. I don't determine these things. I just interpret. But we have the poet, the artist, the witness, the truth teller. The poet's work is to feel immensely and not be afraid. They must seek out truth in the darkest corners of the world. Like I was saying, look how synchronistic this is. This unique capacity resides within us all. Regardless of our relationship to creativity, when the poet energy is present, there's a call for deep honesty and reflection, for seeing the big picture within the little one. The poet rides effortlessly between the personal and the universal. It's possible that others may not seem to listen or care about the poet's work, but do not be discouraged. The words of the poet ring true for centuries to come, soothing the wounds of despair and violence. that captivate our world. The poet's work is never finished. Find your voice and trust that the wind will carry it. That is correct, Miss Snowstorm. That could be a Mr. Snowstorm. Hang on. Hang on. Because this card is absolutely perfect to bring up the thing, and there's more people watching, so I'm gonna, I hope you entertain me a bit more. Because this gives a good depiction of what I just read. Shh, to people who know what this is. What are you seeing on your screen right now? Colors, pixelated colors. Blessing, Zorro. What are you seeing on my screen? You're seeing a picture, a pixelation, colors, maybe a grid. What are you seeing now? It's taking some form. So you're so up close in your feelings and your emotions, and you're just staring at this part of the picture. But now you took a little bit of a step back, and now things are a little bit not making sense, but they're making a little bit more sense, right? You're seeing more, you're seeing like a grid happening. You're seeing organic circles and ovals and squares and rectangles. You're starting to see a little bit more, right? So you're kind of getting a little bit of a picture, right? Oh, that kind of sort of looks like a nose. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, okay. I'm seeing more circles. I'm seeing more gridding. I'm seeing something taking shape. A lot of different colors are making something up. What? Is that a face? Is that a face? So when you keep taking this step back, you're seeing a bigger picture. And when you finally take the full step back, you see the full picture. That is Chuck Close. That's a famous artist who does extremely large scale portraiture, abstractly. This is Chuck Close. This is his portrait of himself. And why I did that was exactly what the poet and what I've been talking about. When you're in it and you're feeling it and you're only seeing this much, when you take this step back, something bigger and greater, the fuller story starts appearing in front of you. It's not to say that the nose, right? It's not to say that any of this was wrong. You're just seeing it in its small little capacity. But when you start taking a step back and you start taking a step back and you start taking a step back, you're getting a full picture. Nothing is wrong with seeing it up close or from all the way in the back of the room now. Because in the front, you can't see it here in the pixelation, but you'll see very fine details within the paint. You'll see deliberate strokes and things built up in the paint that you would not see from afar. You see the finer details up close, but when you see the expanded viewpoint, you're getting a complete picture. And what life is asking you to do when you're having your one-on-one experience, and it's not the greatest, what life is asking you to do is take the step back to see all the players and everything involved to see the greater picture. There's no judgment on right or wrong, left or right, up and down. It's just what it is. And I'm doing this to show you guys, like, it's hard. I might have to draw it out, my 360 drawing the shit in the middle of the room analogy, but this is another really good analogy the poet just gave us. That archetype card just threw at us. I like Chuck Close. I've seen his work in person. It is phenomenal. Right, like when you go, I've never been to outside the United States, but if I ever get to Italy and actually get to see the work, I studied Italian art more than I should have. But I'm very fascinated by medieval portraiture and stuff of that nature. And what you see in the textbook is a blown up version of something very small. Like when people go see the Mona Lisa, no matter what version of reality you're seeing it in, it's a small painting, but you think it's this monumental thing. Now, if you're going and seeing Guernica by Picasso, it is a long fucking painting. It's huge, massive. But when you see in a textbook, it's this big, and you're seeing like the whole thing. It's shrunk. But when you're seeing it in person and you're like, this is why people sit in a gallery space in a museum and they just sit there for hours because and they get up and go close and they're looking at the detail and they're seeing the elements that are making it up. A good example of this is Seurat. Seurat does pointillism. Seeing up close is like mind-boggling, and then you take the step back and you're like, all those dots made that? What? It's all about perspective. Perspective, looking at things in different ways, in different lights. And we need to be able to objectively do this in society. So the poet is on it, synchronistic. But so is this one too. The mystic, the seer, the light worker, the dreamer. The mystic is often misunderstood in our culture. I think everybody here can raise their hand for that one. Depicted as a wandering or light-hearted daydreamer. Yet, like Shiva, the true mystic plays a crucial, critical role in society, remaining fearlessly dedicated to the path of transformation in order to save the earth from darkness. Shiva swallows the poison of the world and holds it in his throat, slowly transmuting the liquid into nectar. This is the work of the mystic. They do not fear darkness, but rather sit in the presence of it, harness the potential and latent energy behind it, and embed it with light. They are patient and prudent change makers, seeking growth above all else. Unanswerable questions are the mystic's lifeblood. The mystic revels in mystery, in the great riddle of life, dancing with the forces of light and dark upon its wings. Imagine all the people. I listened to the Perfect Circle, a Perfect Circles version of Imagine. I love that version. It's on repeat all the time. So in order for us people, like I was saying a little while ago, you had to go through the thick of this shit. You had to feel the darkest of darknesses. You had to experience contrast, no matter how in depth. And once again, this is not invalidating anybody We all feel and experience something, and we should be validated for it. The only time this comes into contrast and conflict is when someone is saying that you hurt them, but there's manipulation or there's energy of, yeah, no, I'm just playing you for a fool. I'm creating conflict because your energy feeds mine. Tell me how. I would love to help you. Zara, I'm here to help. So for someone like myself and half the chat, most of us have lived experiences in very dark, feeling it in the abyss, being in the void, having like very difficult 3D existences, financially, romantically, in any facet in life. Everybody has a different facet. Everybody's working on different things for their soul growth. Right? Mine this lifetime, my soul growth is coming into my relationships, like my personal relationships, friends, romantic lovers being the forefront. The other major lesson for me is financial, career financial. Those are the things I have to overcome. That's the energy where I have to catalyze my soul. Because in other lives that I'm living, those are the lives that I haven't gotten it right. Or I didn't learn what I needed to learn. So I'm doing it in this one. I'm ending the cycle in this life. Whether it be karmic relationships, twin flames, soulmates, whatever you want to label those things as, I'm ending them. In the darkness, when we go in, we're now infusing with the lesson love, light. We're taking the darkness and transforming it. We're changing our mindsets not to be in despair, depression, lack, and nasty feelings. We're merging into a new version where we're looking at those things as an experience. We're looking at those things as lessons. We're detaching our emotional states. Yes, you need to feel the depression. You need to feel the hurt. You need to go through those things and let it out of you, releasing it, forgiving. Holding space and compassion, learning your lesson and moving on. When people can't move on, they're harboring and sitting in the energy looping. Fixated, stuck, can't get out of their head. Things are warped in there. That's still the darkness that you have to overcome. Mental gymnastics. The pendulum of life swings far extremes. You could be very negative or very positive. Being very negative is being off the cliff and not wanting to be here anymore. Being on this extreme is being naive and not seeing contrast. It's like, hi, everything is beautiful. And then everybody walks on you. You need to come into balance, both light and darkness. Together now. All together now. All together now. That's a beautiful analogy. I like that one. We still need to feel these things. That's why we're here, to feel it. Well, testimony is like a reaction. We need to feel it. We need to experience these things because the only way we're going to learn is to experience. We have to walk through it. You can't walk under it. You can't walk over it. You have to walk through it. I'm going on a bear hunt. Sorry, I'm a pre-K paraprofessional. I sing lots of tunes. They're not the right ones, but at least I'm not plagiarizing. Oh my gosh, tomorrow's going to be 73, but it's going to be 39 in the morning. And I want to say this, when you're going through very heavy things or what you perceive as being heavy, give yourself the time. I hate time. I don't look at it linearly, but we're living in a linear time space. Take your time. Go through the morning stages. Go through the crying. Release. However, your method of getting through something is, go through it. That's how you heal. That's how you emerge. That's how you come out stronger. Every time a tree weathers a storm, it produces better. Every time a storm comes and a flower is it's gonna be vibrant. We weather so many storms and we come out better for it. We might look disheveled. We might not look our best, but our energy is beaming. And sometimes that metaphorical dying inside is a rebirth. It's the phoenix rising. I want to say about 4 months ago, a little bit less, a little bit more in that time frame. I've been through many metaphorical deaths. This one felt very, very dark. And the energy that came out of me after I just like surrendered and let go was, the first thing that came to my brain was, your old version of you is dead. Done. And the most uncomfortable feeling in the world is not knowing how that new self is going to come through. We all fear the change, and change, most people see change as like, oh, I'm changing up my car. I'm changing up the day. I'm changing up my hairstyle. Change happens in the mind, but change also happens in the soul. Hang on, guys. I have to sneeze and I'm going to close my camera because it's going to be really loud. Woo! That was bad. I'm glad I shut my camera and my sound for that one. My allergies are really bad. It's not pleasant when it's like 20 degrees one day and 70 the next. Woo! And the trees are budding and they're not budding, and the mold's out, and and it snowed the other day. My body can't handle these. Mother Nature is on menopause. She's not going through PMS no more. She's going through her changes. Woo! And Sparky, the big thing with me when it comes to art, like that's my wheelhouse, and that's what I was immersed in. Why I went to art school, because it helps me make what I'm thinking understandable. And I had to go to school to have that experience, to learn the language of, okay, so there's so many intricacies when you see something so up close. Like my work does this. Some of them, like the when you go onto my YouTube and that top, that's an up close of the paint stroke that I do, and there's several different colors within one paint stroke. Within one. Hold your phones, folks. Because I have an example right here. All right. From afar, what does this look like? It's abstract. It's a bunch of shit. I know my camera does this thing. It's a small canvas. This is Acid Dream. I like this is the back right here. This was in a gallery show way back in the day. It still has my original AOL account. This is oil on canvas. I did this in 2006. My point is, with my work, it's meant to be seen afar and it's meant to be seen up close. It's meant to be seen in different angles. If you're only seeing it from afar, you're not getting, thank you, you're not getting the detail. If you are not seeing it close up, you're not seeing the intricacies in some of those paint strokes. But when you're looking at it from afar, you're not seeing that. You're seeing something else. I like to do trippy work. uh, don't do anything at home that's illegal. Um, art school taught me a lot about perspective and a lot about critiquing. I always, and I'm not perfect at this either, but I've always tried to be somebody that objectively tries to look at things in a sensible way, logic and ration. Girlfriend, do I have it? Magic eye. This is the harder ones. You're supposed to do this, cross your eyes, and then bring it back, right? So I have this. This was actually If you guys get these books with the magic eye, for a medium perspective, this helps you use both sides of your brain and bring it into balance. I can't see. I have another book that I use. This is very intricate. Like this one's New York. It has the Statue of Liberty and the Chrysler Building. We're not going to mention the other ones. But like you're seeing, there's something within it. And that crossing your eyes and letting your eyes soften and letting yourself just pull it away until you see it, that's helping your brain work both sides. So if you're trying to balance your brain and get your abilities to go and get heightened, using your non-dominant hand to brush your teeth, to eat your food. I'm ambidextrous. I'm a dominant right, but I can use my left. And when I'm doing sign language, I'm pretty like on spot with that. I write sometimes when I'm doing my intentions and I'm writing my affirmations and I'm writing. I write with my left hand. I'm training my brain to use both sides, not just one. Cross the streams. We have a dead end. The closed door. The final chapter. The impasse. Contrary to what its name implies, the dead end is very much alive. It is a force that stops us from moving forward as planned. It is thick, dense, uncompromising. A wall beyond all walls. With every bramble, thorn, and stone, it simply states, "No more, child. You have reached the last page of this chapter." It is natural to resist its very resistance and struggle, even harder to make our way, to prove our point, to hold on to what was. In this way, we fight with life itself from a mythic standpoint and perspective. The end you face is very much a beginning. This is where a lot of us are. There are doors opening all around you, just not the one you planned on walking through. If you are honest and courageous enough to accept, adjust, and adapt, the dead end becomes known as life's beginning. Blessings, Pirate Head. Speaking into the ether, the form, the poet, speaking your truth, radiating it, knowing it. And your truth is not my truth, but it doesn't matter. We have to respect each other. You are the mystic. Shifting, transmuting, being here. You're the creative spark emerging. You are the mystic transmuting. What is today? Spring. What's this? The old self, the old chapter, the old you, the old paradigm, that reality, you close the book. But you don't know what's to come next. And that's why I don't have expectations for much anymore, unless I know there's like what I put into form. And I had to read a million times yesterday is going to come into fruition at some point because I put cause and effect and got a result. But for big picture, I'm not my old self. Spirit agrees. I'm not my old self. I'm merging into a new frequency. I'm tuning into a new frequency. I'm putting out into my field, my quantum field, my auric field. I'm putting energy in that is bringing me in, emerging in the alignment to the other self out of superposition. In that menu I chose, I'm merging with that and I'm remembering. It's already lived experience. I have to remember it and merge with it and become one with it. And I can't expect what that looks like. I can't expect what that looks like. For some of us that have precognitive, we have foresight, we kind of see things. So I am arriving at the reality that I have a newer car, an SUV, one that I feel safe in. I've seen myself drive this thing. Do I know what brand it is? Do I know what deal I'm getting? No, those details are not defined. But what is defined is that energy of I am cruising like a chill pill, pumping out music, being in my vibes, feeling safe. That is what I'm obtaining very shortly. Me arriving at the destination in reality where my channel starts upticking and I start, oh, maybe I don't need my job anymore because this is my mission and this is what I got to do. Maybe the way I need to do everything in my life is unconventional and multiple streams of income and not just one reliance. But I don't know how that's going to formulate. But I'm looking at an avenue of a new kind of thing because it's merging everything that I want in life, but it's doing it in a refined way that I never saw before. And I still might go to the headhunters because I'm at the midlife point. It's not easy to get a job that they want a 20-year-old that will make nothing for it. Let's just face it, people don't value people's experience anymore. Mine sure ain't. We're just in this weird dichotomy until it shifts. So I got to make the shift happen for myself. How do I go about that? Well, now I got to look into different avenues of what would I be interested in and test it out. There's free ways to do it. I don't have to pay a dime to see if I'm interested in something I've never done before. And that's what I'm going to do during my spring break. The kiddos are off. I do have to go in one day to work. But the rest of that time, I could sit and explore and discover what will get me further along in life. If I choose instructional design, then I can actually go and put that into the website school, SKOOL. There are a lot of people go into that. Brian Scott from the Reality Revolution's on there. And I could just turn a lot of my stuff into courses and get compensated for it. It does cost to become a part of that, but unless I tried, I don't know. I'm also doing something outside of my comfort zone and doing books, putting together Little Freya and Little Thor adventures. I will give you the cutest little guy ever. Little Thor going through a portal. He's so cute. He's adorable. Just like Freya. It just came to me. I can make a book series of my cats going through adventures, but talking about spiritual stuff that a kid can connect to and not feel like they're batshit crazy because mom and daddy don't have those beliefs. I didn't have those books. It's Baby P coming to the rescue. Yes, indeed. I know, I'm crazy. But I want you guys to see I'm drawing inspiration, even if it's third dimensional stuff, but I'm reinventing the wheel in my own way, in my uniqueness, to create something that's already existed, but in a different way. And if we encompass this energy, we can all explore this together. I mean, Miss Ashmaya and Mr. Scott are going to have their pets. So Little Thor and Freya are going to portal to Ireland and to Utah and to other places to say hi to their friends, their fur friends and their human friends in cartoon form, of course. And the understanding of doing it through cats and not here. I was thinking about doing it with me involved. I still might. If I can get if I could get a few series done. Oh, like Little Thor is going to Egypt and here's Isis and there's me. And oh, there's Freya and she's going to Greece. There's me as Metris. Ironic like that I made that the other night. Today is the goddess of spring. Oh, thank you for joining, Snowstorm. Thank you for becoming a member. You get Freya and chicken and bad emojis. You also get access to the channel only content, which is hour-long plus Oracle card readings every weekend. I am doing a raffle for my birthday, which is in April. And who knows what you're going to win, but you get a free entry. And you get those emojis, and they're fun. That's awesome. AllyKat. AllyKat. I have one of those last names. But I really encompass my cat. But it's not like supporting my channel, you're getting stuff back. 4D memberships, you guys get to work with me doing my coursework. So I'm not going to give you the whole shebang, but I will give you a little sneaky peekies into 4D. Quantum Mechanics and Spirituality Paradigm, Episode 2, the history, the figures, and all that fun. Look, it's Max Planck. And it's the guy I don't like, but he still contributed. Up! Up! Schrodinger! Mr. Wheeler gets his whole 2 pages over here. We love John Wheeler. Max Born. The Dirac equation. And then we got some Newman, we got Freeman, and we got Fermi, and we're almost there. There's a lot. This has been taking me a long time, but I'm not doing when I'm talking about the history, I'm not going into their whole bibliography. I'm just going into how they contributed to quantum mechanics. I'm not going into all the formulas they created. I'm just sticking with the quantum. Because it's talking about wave functions, the particles, the atoms, the Schrodinger equation, which is the box and the cat, the thought experiment. I'm April 16th. I was born on Saturn Day. Saturn return. My Saturn return is actually in Scorpio, FML. Um, April 16th. So I'm at the end of Aries. At the end. My birthday's on a Thursday, but we're celebrating on April 17th. So April 16th is my birthday. I was born at 4:31 p.m. So they say. I don't know how I believe that. Makes sense. Oh, no worries. We're gonna know because I'm gonna put announcements out with what I have to choose a raffle. I still have some time what I'm raffling off. But I do raffle off pyramids. I have raffled off skulls. Some of my prints of my paint and sips. I do my paint and sips. I give you choices. Candles I make, readings that when I get in touch with people, they don't get back to me in the past. But it's like a nice way for me to give back to everybody who literally helps me and supports me and shoves me around and in their little circles and spots. So with that, you also I upload for so it's channel member only, and I don't only pull from some of these. I have a ton of cards underneath this desk, and this is only like a little portion of them. And I go and intuitively pull for the members, the energy collectively. And you kind of get like a personal, you kind of get an understanding of your energy a little bit more. Those take me like 3 to 4 hours to do for the 1 hour because I'm sitting there and I'm really honing in on everything. So I try to get back where and when I can and how it's helping others. And I know it's synchronistic when I'm talking about something and then I pull the cards and it's really reflecting what I'm saying. But it's everybody's energy I'm pulling for. We have agape love. Do, 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 do. We have devotion, unconditional love. Love is all I need. Love is all I need. What if instead of putting yourself at the center of your spiritual practice, you put God, goddess, or nature at the center? How would this change your approach? Such is the energy of agape. It is alive when we are in awe and wonder, our breath taken away by the sacred force that surrounds us and asks for nothing in return. This card can indicate a spiritual initiation that stretches your capacity to love and serve. You sense the earthly as the heavenly, and vice versa. Such an initiatory moment can appear in any form, and like a healing balm to the modern soul, its effects last a lifetime. The agape card may also suggest you reassess what you worship every day, consciously or unconsciously. What are you elevating? Where does this sacred ladder you climb ultimately lead to? Service, reverence, honor, and joy. Agape. I mean, it speaks volumes that that's what I've been speaking about, like the whole show. All of these semi in order. Crazy how energy works. But I know a lot of you don't question my abilities. Some of you do, and that's okay. You're allowed to be a skeptic. So yeah, I do. I'm very, 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 very close to finishing episode 2. I have to do Newman, Fermi, and Feynman, and then an ending. And maybe like add in my spiritual take on like if these guys didn't do what they did all the way back when, us spiritual people wouldn't be validated. So I thought it was a very appropriate that I read some information about the people that formulated quantum mechanics. It's not just about the Schrodinger cat equation. It's not about wave form and function. We're living it. We're living specimens of it. That's right, Sparky. And for all those watching in the background, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype any one of my videos. It doesn't need to be this live. And check out my link section. Not just me is there. There's Arnie. There's Sid. There is Fluid Pour Patriot, Mr. Greg, and Miss Lisa. There is a bunch of links in my link section. It's not just about me, it's about everybody. So if you have, well, you have a blessed night, Storm, and thank you for becoming a member. We love you and have a beautiful night. If you have a Give, Send, Go, a GoFundMe, if you need help, and I can put your link out there, if you have a business, I don't have that many subscribers, but we're climbing, we're moving, we're shaking, we're getting there. Someone might click on my links and might discover you. Scott and Miss Mickie Michelle have YouTube channels. Go like them and go search them out. I love looking and watching at Scott's kitty cats. Mr. Scott has his own channel. And anytime Buckshot is on with Janine that I can catch, I throw that link in the link section. Anytime Arnie, I have to get Michael's in stuff up too. I thought it was there. I have so much stuff that's there. Things do get lost. I have to link his stuff in there. Yeah. We try to do what we can here to help others and to spread the love. So take the time once this live is over, the links will be there, but you can go to any one of my other lives or videos. Not all my videos have everybody's links, mostly the lives. Why my face went this way? I pulled that last. This card was the card I pulled from Mark Ashmaya. Oy. No, it's not a bad card. Wailing Tree. Hi, Patrick. How are you? So my friends in chat, Patrick was the one that was at my door. So we have reconciliations. Even keel, I don't like to leave things on bad accord with people because it's if you objectively look at a situation, you're learning from something. Thank you. And how do I word this in good terms? Not everybody's going to see the lesson or the what you're imparting on somebody in a sense that it's not going to hurt them. Like obviously people get hurt, I got hurt, they get hurt, everybody gets hurt from other people. When we reconcile, either it's a reconciliation within ourselves or with others. But let's read what the book says. When you encounter the wailing tree on your path, it's an invitation to stay a while and regroup. And I think that's the energy a lot of us are encompassing right now. I'm regrouping right now. A place for you to rest and allow yourself to say goodbye to what no longer serves. Bye. We love you, but you can go over there now. You may have been overdoing things, working too hard, or putting too much effort into life with little reward. I think a lot of us feel that way. If you've been considering making a change, now is the time to do so. And our cards earlier are telling us this. One important thing to consider before making any changes is that you need to allow yourself to feel your disappointment, your loss, and mourn what was and what could not be, besides your lessons and learning from them. This is a way to honor your experience, to give yourself time to consider all the gifts in it, the diamonds in the dog shit. You got to pluck them out. And no, we're not in jail. I mean, you could be. I don't know. To put proper closure on it, to really know what you've learned as you walk away from it and into something new. Even in the perception of failure, there is much good to be discovered. However, skipping the stages of loss doesn't get you to reconciliation any faster. You can't walk over it. You can't go under it. You got to go through it. We're going on a bear hunt. You do. You got to go through the stages. And everybody does their stages differently or experiences it differently. Don't beat yourself up over stages and doing it the way 3D tells you to. Like, I did not mourn my mother a normal way when she transcended, or my father. People thought I was batshit crazy. Batty! People thought I was nuts because I didn't cry. I didn't express it in a social normed way. I felt it in different ways. However, the stages doesn't get you to the reconciliation any faster. In fact, you will discover that you will have to come back at some point. So do it now. Look at it all squarely and honorably, honestly, and stay with your feelings. Life is not either or. It's both and this and that. So as you dive in the process, this allows it to become a temporary travel companion on your journey. The feelings this will bring to the surface will be challenging for sure. Yet, like all things, they will pass soon enough and you will be more enriched by the experience because you learned your lessons. You saw things from the different perspective. You went up close, you dealt with it. If for those of you that are joining, I'm just explaining this really quickly. Right, you're looking at this, hey, you're seeing a painting like this, you're seeing life in a perspective of this, and like in your feelings, fuck. And then you start taking a little step back and you're seeing a little bit more clearly. The clarity is coming, but it's not there yet. Oh, certain things are starting to take shape, and now we're seeing a little bit of the bigger picture. Things are becoming more clearer, but they're not completely clear yet. Stages of mourning. Oh, shit. Now I'm seeing the big picture. Oh, it's starting to make sense now. Oh, that's shut close, by the way. Stages of mourning is going to feel very much like that. You're all up in here, and then you start seeing the clarity. That clarity astronomically is coming in now. That energy is coming in now. Right now, it's coming in. We're going through those stages now of everything from the last chapter of our old selves. Bye. Book closed. Now you're starting a new book with a new character. That's you, just playing a new version of self, your authentic self, the higher version of you. You're coming down and redefining you in a better form. It's not to take anything from the old. You're refining, you're recalibrating, you're coming into your true essence, your true energy. This is the energy that we're walking in right now. Embrace it. Are you? Holy diver, deep diver, diving into a task. Holy diver. This is embracing risk, diving into a task, new discoveries. It's easy to play in the shallows where the waters are clear and you can see all that glitters under your feet. Anyone can venture here. There's little risk, nothing to discover, no dark secret, nothing that you can't already perceive. The treasure has long been picked away, replaced by a gentle certainty. In the shallow river is safety and no surprises. I don't know about the river. Ah, but that's not who's calling you now. The deep diver invites you to take the plunge with him. You can't see the bottom, but you must swim into the dark depths to find the mystery that eludes you now. He knows where the perils lie underneath the ancient sands. You're called to look beyond the surface of things for your answer. Let your intuition propel you into the water, allowing your memories to swirl around you and your emotions to well up as you face the unknown. Your curiosity will be your greatest guide. You'll surely discover something wondrous to bring back to everyone who is waiting by the shore. But only will you truly know the value of your discovery. Are you willing to do the work? Dive in and make the commitment to see it through, and you'll be amazed. Plato's allegory of the cave. You're comfortable shackled to the program, the narratives. And then all of a sudden you started seeing past the illusions, the shadows on the wall were only an illusion and distortions of the shadows. You broke yourself free. And you didn't know if the real monsters were going to come out from behind the wall of the cave. And you started emerging out of that cave and going down the mountain. Of course, there were perils and things you never seen in your life before. You were stuck in that cave your whole existence. And now you get to break free and you're in the unknown. You don't know what you're walking outside of that cave and seeing. But you are brave enough to say, I am done with the illusion. Now I got to make a run for it and break free. It's the same analogy. We got to break free from what we are into an unknown self. Curiosity killed this cat too many times. I have more than 9 lives, though. But if you take that card and really apply it to where you are energetically right now, for me, like I I'm not giving up my stability, but I'm also looking to find better stability. Do I know what facet that's in? No, but I'm willing to explore the avenues to get there. I'm not shutting myself out. I want to see if I'm interested in different things that I never did before. And maybe I might be good at it. And maybe it might take me many higher places than where I'm at now. But I will only know if I try. I got to take the dive. And for many of you, you could do it in any facet of your life that you are needing to take a risk in, or at least explore. In the hand, the universe is your partner. Something amazing happens when you contemplate your intimate relationship with the higher power. How do you engage it? Perhaps you might have seen things through the influence of your religious background, or you may have been exposed to other ways of making that connection real for you. It doesn't matter the source of your understanding. What matters is what works for you. For example, if you believe in a punitive God, you will be afraid of punishment for your transgression. If you believe in a version of a higher power that blesses you, you may find it easier to surrender to a relationship of radical trust. Right now, if you imagine relaxing, curled up in the hands of the divine, how does that make you feel? Can you then turn over your needs and desires to the divine power and trust that you're safe and secure and don't have to do anything at all to feel that way? Grace is activated in your life now. You're in good hands. Your work, your family, relationships, home, everything. You've done all you can, so now is the time to rest and recharge. That is one of those big conundrums we need to do is recharge right now. Anchor those roots. Instead of producing, doing, acting, strategizing, a hot tea, a good book, and a soft blanket are in order. Upstairs is conveying that right now there is some collective panic because of the uncomfortable changes that are happening. Because the outside world is reflecting doom and gloom. And one aspect of a viewpoint that is being projected onto the movie. When you look beyond the movie and you see a bigger, greater picture, you don't feed the energy to that movie anymore. You don't feed that negativity anymore. And what Spirit is really asking us is to take a step back and to really go inside and inflect, rest, literally recharge. We're in that energy. And guess what? A lot of us are almost ready to take that rocket ship out to our new selves. Right now, the seed of that tree, flower, whatever you seeded, cracked. And now it's opening. The roots to that seed is in the darkness. It's going through pipes. It's finding its way, navigating through the bugs and the nonsense underneath to anchor the roots so that, oh, now I'm here and now I can grow out, but at the same time, now I can grow up. Now I can see the light. Now I can find the sun. Now I can become. We're in the stage for some of us, not everybody, where the roots are starting to be anchored. This is not a flash and it's done. This is work. This is doing. And sometimes doing is resting. Giving our body the energy enough to recalibrate and recharge. Because once that shoot comes up, there's more functions that now plant, the tree, whatever you seeded, has to do in order to survive. More elements and obstacles to overcome. It's not just about the roots anchoring in to the ground. It's now, oh, now that I'm out here, I don't have to contend with the bugs now underground. I also have to contend with the outside storms. People, pee-pee, poop-poop. My beanbag is that for me. I take short little like 10-minute, like close my eyes and go off and drift off modes. Choo choo. The train. I don't know. It's hard to hear sometimes, but there's a train. It's choo chooing. So loud and obnoxious sometimes. I told you we're pulling animals. My devil's lost. Oh. I can't believe tomorrow's going to be 73. I can't believe it. Choo choo. Happy spring, everybody. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Hype. I said crocodile earlier, Snappy the crocodile. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, we got some vicious animals, guys. We do. We got some vicious shit. I love it. Ooh. We got one adorable little and 3 predators. All right. All right. Well, seriously opened up the book and here we are. Crocodile. Crocodile. They're cute. I'm not joking. They really are. Slimy if they have algae all over them. Resting, submerging. collecting energy, cooling off. Look at a little crocodile. The crocodile reminds us to step back from the external world and turn inward. Life is but a dream. See how synchronistic cards are when I'm in good energy? Now is not the time for decisions, actions, or discussion. The crocodile's mantra is wait. This doesn't mean lying around, hoping life's challenges will disappear. The crocodile is much smarter than that. It means intentionally withdrawing, gathering our awareness, observing, and building energy. Fill up the vital resources so your next moves come from a place of wisdom and power. Wise, patient, a silent powerhouse. Boo boo. Boo boo. Crocodile, crocodile, crocodile eat you. At that point, I think a kid would scream. A lot of them like I have plushies. Actually, when I'm done with this, I had to take home one compression vest, two weighted vests, and two blankets and something else I had to wash because the kids are like literally like you think I'm coughing is bad. Like these kids are like snot factories right now. And they're getting snot everywhere in my room. And I got to clean a lot of stuff today. And I was so happy. And I got to go do a laundry and wash a lot of that stuff because it's nasty. Nasty. Gross. We love kids. I love kids, but they're snot factories, and parents just don't give a shit. They're going to send their kid, half of them send them really sick. I don't judge. It is what it is. Scorpion. Pew, pew. I actually talked about scorpions yesterday. Weird. Passionate, competitive, tends toward isolation. Here's a hermit journey. The scorpion is a passionate and determined creature. Their career is very important to them, as are you guys saw. Well, you didn't. I don't know if you saw that, but you heard it. Spirit. Their career is very important to them, as are a few select friends. Sometimes the scorpion's heat festers, and they focus on an unresolved event from the past, usually a situation where they were left feeling burned. The Scorpion card says it's time to come clean about your feelings so everyone can heal and you can get back to your usual fiery but fun self. Wild and free, fierce. Hermit's journey. Hermit's journey. But a lot of us have that sting that we don't want to inflict. Because it's not just about the burn, it's about the death. She's an Erie, my Irish little lass. Ashmaya is in Ireland, Miss Ireland. Ashmaya, I have your Irish flag you sent me from Ireland. And I tried putting it in my background the other day for St. Patty's Day. It wouldn't stick because I didn't want to ruin it. Because all the flags that I had up there and I still have over here, I had to put industrial strength Velcro on it, and I didn't want to ruin my Irish flag. I'm missing an animal in here. Oh, because it was the one before. Hyena. Humor, wit, sarcasm. I know somebody that exhibits this behavior. The hyena personality is a jokester and a crowd pleaser. But below the surface, there are unfulfilled dreams to be realized. When the hyena card appears, it's time to reflect on your reliance on sarcasm and humor to express your truth. Are you using jokes to hide old resentments in relationships or to mask things you feel uncomfortable discussing? What would happen if you took your goal seriously? Charming, witty, fun to be around. If I ever went on safari, that's on a bucket list. Depends what country. I mean, what would be really fun? Because I have the ancestry.com and my maternal or papilo. I think one of my groups is Southwest Africa. If the country is not in war, I would love to go there and like feel my ancestors. Feel them. Feel it. Got to feel it. One of my best friends in New York, um, she solo travels and she goes to places that she feels very soul connected to. Um, I admire her for that. She went to Ireland last year, Iceland. We have ah, I used to see these every day when I lifeguarded because I worked across the street from the Staten Island Zoo. And these mother effers are loud. Inner beauty, compassion, assimilator, or anything. The beauty of the peacock is unrivaled. It's easy to think it comes from the plumage, but the secret of the peacock is that the beauty resides within and extends outward indefinitely. This adept creature can assimilate or digest all experiences in life. So it does not harbor resentment, conflict, or past pain within its psyche. The peacock type is extremely rare. Not many of us have reached this advanced level of acceptance of the self and others. Confident and kind. Peacock. Oh, we got a mix mosh of cards over here. Yekaroonies. Excavator. Excavator. Don't ask me, guys. It seriously was that second coffee during my day. Hi, Reperception. Seriously, it was the second coffee that I had at work that really is helping right now. Spirit's bringing it. Spirit is bringing it. Boop, boop. Spirit is bringing it. When I say spirit, I'm talking about my highest self. I'm talking about all the energies I work with, all the love and lights. Oh, we got cards flying everywhere. Books, card books flying. It took flight. Get in there. I don't know about you, but one movie that nostalgia is gonna make me go to the movie theaters is Mortal Kombat. Get over here. Gotta see it. I have to say, in 3 years being out here, I have not went to the movies. I wanted to see the Twisters movie because I like that stuff. Excavator. See you later. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm doing Blippi way too much. Anybody knows I have little kids. It haunts me in my sleep, I swear. Okay. What do I want? Okay. Okay. Which one? Last. Okay. This is beautiful, by the way, but like everything I just pulled is everything I talked about. Guys, you see me. I shuffle and I pull energetically. Work through your fears, new moon in Scorpio. Look at the bigger picture. Look at Chuck Close. Full moon in Sagittarius. Look at the bigger picture. The end of a tough cycle approaches. Full moon in Capricorn. The end of a tough cycle approaches. We're almost out of it. Mercury retrograde ended today. Expect powerful change. Bump, 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 bump. Expect powerful change. Yeah. I'm on my second one, by the way. Coffee kicked in. Last quarter moon in Sag. Practice gratitude. Yes. Be thankful for yourself. Be thankful for the breath that you breathe. Be thankful for the experiences that might be so uncomfortable you can't stand them and make you want to cry, but they're there for a serving a purpose. There's a reason for a season. There's a reason for your pain. Look at the bigger picture. Have gratitude for everything. Full moon in Cancer. Let your fears dissolve. Deco here. I have a Gemini moon. I'm a Gemini moon. I'm an Aries sun, Gemini moon. I always mess this up. I'm a Virgo rising. Funny, funny. I don't like my chart that much if we can't tell that. Taurus is Mercury, Gemini is Venus. Yikes. Mars is Taurus, Jupiter is Sag, Saturn is Scorpio, Uranus is Sag, Neptune is Sag, Pluto is Libra, FML. True node is Gemini. My Decan is Sagittarius. My Chiron is Taurus. One of the other signs is Scorpio. Vertex is in Pisces. Yikes. Lilith is in Aquarius. Ceres in Aquarius. Pallas is in Capricorn. Juno is in Pisces. Vesta is in Aries. Algo is in Taurus. Eris is in Aries. Phosphorone is in Pisces. If we all know what that means, which I would suspect a lot of you guys don't, I am very heavy on fire. Aries and Sagittarius is fire. Fire! I'm a Gemini in a lot of ways. I don't like it either. And not to say Gemini is bad, it's just the way my placements are. Taurus, so I'm like fire, air, earth, fire, air, earth, fire, air, earth, water, fire, air, earth, fire, air, earth. Very little water in my chart with major signs. Last quarter moon in Sagittarius. Believe, Jesus, Jesus Louises, believe in your good luck. You got to feel it to receive it. You got to tune in to receive it. All right, first one of the night. Chicken! Buck buck! Chicken, chicken, chicken! Chicken, buck buck. Chicken really didn't buck buck. Chicken didn't reset the camera. Chicken! Buck buck. Oh, there it goes. Chicken finally did chicken. A new moon in Aries. Go for it. Go for it. And for those of you that have abilities like I do, and again, it's not a competition. I'm not here to like make anybody feel a certain way. I'm really not. I'm just talking off the cuff, off my heart. Um, I'm a Gemini moon, which means my moon sign is in Gemini. I'm an Aries sun, so my birthday's in April. And the end of April. It's the 16th. And birthday is going to be amazing because I'm making it that way. I'm putting the intention for it to be amazing, even if I'm doing a day of Allison Spa Day. Because I'm at work and it's one of the rougher days that I'm at work. Thursdays are a really, really crazy day for me at work. It's extraordinarily draining, but I'm going to make the best of it. We're going to make the best out of a junky situation. But here's the thing. Things are coming in. My manifestation, my collapse of the wave function is coming in. It's just a matter of when. And hopefully it's within the next 2 weeks. And then Allison could get herself some presents. And that's just taking the stress off my shoulders. That is the greatest present of all time. If I can deliver that to myself, happy effing birthday, birthday, combi Christ, evil Christ. Okay, it's an industrial band. Don't get offended. They have a happy birthday song. Allison listens to a very large amount of erotic, crazy music. Not a lie. Oh my God. My nose is stuffy. Stuffy. Oh, I hate doing that. But here's some goodies before I pull and read those cards. Communicate with clarity. Express your thoughts and ideas with newfound precision. Misunderstandings resolve and complex topics become easier to explain and understand. And this is what Mercury goes direct brings. This is like Mercury at retrograde, period. Moving forward again. Expect clearer communication, fewer misunderstandings, and forward momentum, all mental and analytical pursuits. Key dates and detail. um, Resolve unfinished business. Loose ends, particularly those related to contracts, those include soul ones. Negotiation and plans from the retrograde period can now be tied up. Forward progress is key. Streamline data and logistics. Mercury's direct motion aids in organizing information. This is a great time to update systems, clean digital spaces, and finalize travel arrangements. Deepen learning and analysis. Your capacity for complex thinking is restored. Re-engage with studies, conduct deep research, and find solutions to puzzles that seem intraceable. Make bold intellectual decisions. Trust your thought process. This is an optimal period to launch intellectual projects, start new courses of study, and make informed choices. Empower ideas and projects. Mercury Direct is a powerful catalyst for seeing projects through. Observe how clearer communication liberates your creative ideas and allows them to flourish. Bum, bum, bum. Like a G6, like a G2. Today, spring equinox G2 solar storms, like a G6. Day and night in balance, changed Earth. Crescent moon aligning with Venus. Love, beauty, and new beginnings. Sun entering Aries. Astrological New Year. Happy New Year as of April 1st. What? Really, tomorrow. Mercury stationing direct. Enhance clarity and communication. Why I was singing. So a lot, including myself, have been involved in gossip and character assassination and people just talking, whatever. Was the communication direct? Was it misaligned, misinformed, misunderstood, and perceived indirectly looked at in the light? Probably not. For all of us, Mercury retrograde, depending on where and how it's stationed and what planet and what this and what that, you can get out of all that definition. Know that it's communication and it gets messed up and it gets frazzled and it gets intense. But some of those things are absolutely necessary in order to start your new beginning. It's order for you to see the clarity and why things happened in the first place. It shows you direct, clear clarity that things are a little bogged and you can make them right or not and let it go. It's up to you. I choose to let it be. We have Bridget. Caution is warranted. Look deeper into the situation before proceeding further. Great energy. Maya. schooling, study, education help your life's purpose and personal growth at this time. The angels will guide you and help you with this process. Fiona, now that you've asked the angels for help, be open to receiving divine guidance and assistance. You deserve heaven's help. Grace and Antoinette, to help heal the situation, see the other's point of view with compassion. Aurora, you are flying high right now, which may threaten others, but don't descend, because others will soon become inspired by your example. What I was talking about earlier. Guys, give me 2 seconds. I have to blow my nose. Hi. Hi, how are you? A kiss on the rose on the grave. Now that the rose is in bloom. I cannot sing, by the way. I jingle. Scott knows I'm a jingler. I also, during my spring break, am going to look at avenues of like a store. So, and I'm making up the graphics. I'm playing around with it right now. Like little Thor and baby Freya on a mug, on a t-shirt. Like once I have a little cash on the side, I will look into doing that. Again, streams of income that are not doing heavy lifting. Whew. Before I hit puberty, my voice was way different. Unfortunately, I have the VHS tapes to prove it, and you can't play them anymore unless you have a VHS, and I do. All my dance recitals, mother effer. All my dance recitals, my graduation, my prom, um, like all of that is on deck on a VHS. I'm only pulling 2. You don't need to see a snot bubble. I don't know if anybody has children. I have children that blow snot bubbles. Yep. They're real. That's a real thing. It's a real thing. I never in my life snot bubbles because people don't keep their kids home. I mean, I'm coughing because it wants to come out of me. That's a blessing. Brothers of the Rose, sacred masculine, honor, protect, support. This card of the sacred masculine, like the feminine, the sacred masculine exists within each one of us, and together We're all being called to balance both energies within us. Oh, I said this earlier. The sun and the moon, solar and lunar, perhaps this is what it means to birth a new world. The sacred, mature masculine is something so needed in our world. It's the part of us that lives in deep honor and reverence of the feminine. It recognizes the goddess within all of life, including the earth, and is committed to protecting and living in devotion to the feminine. The sacred masculine knows that striving and overpowering, enduring and conquering are not helpful. The sacred masculine is strong and tender, protective, but not defensive. This card could be a sign that you're being called to work on the sacred masculine energy within you that's maturing and rising. It could be that you're being called to work on ancestral healing of paternal line. It could be an indication that you're being called to invoke or acknowledge the sacred masculine in those around you. Or it could represent the sacred masculine appearing in your life. The sacred masculine exists within all of us. They are encircling you so that you can do your sacred work, so that you could be part of the return of the goddess on the earth. The rose is the emblem, and they wear it proudly on their hearts. I am not happy with this. Boopity boo. Where is this card? Here it is. Whispers of Mother Earth. Creativity, ideas, inspiration, artist, writer, channel. Oh, me. And many of you. There are creations seated within you, planted before your birth. There are unborn possibilities yearning to be woven in creative solutions waiting to be realized. Songs of the ancient earth humming through you, beckoning to be sung. New consciousness that longs to be written into matter. Surrender to the creations whispering you forth. Perhaps they're calling you to weave the new web of life in some small way. To stitch the soul in a little more. We came bearing keys for each other. And as you share your song, it unlocks something in someone else. Creativity and intuition come from the same sacred place. They can't be reproduced. They occur when we find ourselves flowing with the rest of life. Earth is a planet of creativity, and yet so many of us have forgotten how to truly create. So much of humanity has been raised to consume. We're so focused on more that we've forgotten how to grow sustainably. Our consumption is killing us. Trust the seeds that have been planted within you. Somewhere along the way, we stopped seeing ourselves as artists, creatives, poets, singers. Yet to be human is to be creative. It doesn't matter what the result may be. Just carve out time to express your soul through your creativity. The seeds planted within you will show you the way. They have intelligence within them, and all you need to do is tend them through daily grounded creative action. And we had the poet archetype card come up. So a lot of the energy that we're feeling, we're seeing, is being creative, expressing yourself creatively, being unique, being the unique spark of God, source, the one infinite creator, the all that is within you. Shine, shine your light on me. Illuminate me. Make me complete. Shine. Shine your light on me. Are you guys ready? Aries season. Aries season 2026 is unlike anything we have seen in years. Every planet in direct motion. The astrological new year beginning with a clean slate and a series of cosmic events that are practically begging you to finally move on everything you have been waiting to start. During Aries season, every single planet in the sky is moving forward at the same time. No retrogrades, no cosmic delays, no energy pushing back against your momentum. This almost never happens. The universe is not just giving you permission to move, it's clearing the entire road and telling you to go. The starting gunfire fires twice. On the same day the sun enters Aries and Mercury stations direct, the astrological new year begins and the planet of communication, decisions, and clarity starts moving forward all in one moment. The fog of the past weeks lifts instantly. The confusion clears. If you've been waiting for the right moment to start, this is it. Not eventually, this exact day. Dream it, then build it. On the 22nd, the sun meets Neptune, flooding your mind with vision, inspiration, and clarity about you actually want to create. Then on March 25th, the sun meets Saturn, asking you to commit to it with discipline and structure. The universe gives you the dream on the 22nd and the blueprint on the 25th. Pay attention to both. Your heart gets to heal. Venus meets our wounded planet Chiron in Aries. Chiron is a wounded healer. This is one of the most quietly powerful transits of the entire season. Old wounds around love, rejection, and not feeling chosen enough come to surface, not to hurt you, but to finally close. What has been sitting in your chest unresolved is ready to be released. Let it. Abundance gets a new address. Venus moves into Taurus, the sign she rules completely. This is Venus at her most magnetic, most sensual, and most abundant. From March 30th onward, the energy around money, love, beauty, and what you value shifts into something slower, deeper, and far more real. Stop chasing. Start attracting. Venus in Taurus rewards those who know their worth and refuse to settle for less. April 2nd, the full moon in Libra asks you to choose. The full moon in Libra of the astrological year lands in this balanced sign. I'm not reading per se. Spirit is channeling. Partnership injustice. Something in your relationships reaches a peak and demands a decision. A dynamic you have been tolerating. A connection that has been unclear. A situation where you have been giving more than you are receiving. The Libra full moon illuminates the imbalance so clearly you can no longer pretend you don't see it. April 9th, Mars comes home and everything accelerates. When Mars enters Aries, it is operating at full power in the sign it rules. Energy levels surge. Drive returns. The motivation you have been trying to manufacture for months arrives naturally without effort. This is the cosmic green light for action. Launch the thing. Make the call, start the business, sign up for the program. Mars in Aries does not wait, and neither should you. The day after my birthday, the most powerful new moon of the year, and our Friday Night Live. The new moon in Aries on April 17th is the reset of all resets. Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. A new moon here is a blank page at the beginning of an entirely new chapter. And it arrives with Mercury conjunct Neptune on the same day, meaning the intentions you set carry both visionary clarity and inspired communication. What you plant on this day has the energy of an entire astrological year behind it. Do not let it pass without intention. April 19th, discipline meets drive. Mars meets Saturn in Aries on April 19th. This is the transit that separates the people who were inspired from the people who are committed. The excitement of the new season gets tested here. Saturn does not kill your momentum. It focuses it. The projects, businesses, and goals that are built on real foundation survive this transit and becomes unstoppable. The one built on impulse alone gets filtered out. Build something real. This is not the season to think about starting. This is the season to actually start. The ideas you have been sitting on, the business you have been planning, the creative projects that lives in your notes app, the version of yourself you keep saying you will become next month. Aries season, with every planet moving forward, is the rarest cosmic window you're going to get. The question is not whether the timing is right. The question is whether you are ready to stop waiting. Today, make a decision you have been postponing. In a few days from now, let something in your heart heal. On the 2nd, get honest about what is out of balance. The 9th, take the action you have been afraid to take. Set the most important intention of the year. Commit to that long game. This is just the inwardly stuff. This is not Earth's chart. Like a G6. It's going to get real. Why? If you see all this forward momentum that I just read for you all, now imagine what that does to your outside world. Lots of changes, cha-cha-cha. Lots of changes, cha-cha-cha. Everything's moving forward really quickly. Everybody's getting real. Everybody's getting real. To the shit show outside of you. Yep, that's the card. News. I passed it. And news. Divine God with the fortune cookie. Strongly associated with divine communication, this rune suggests that you need to pay close attention to messages and advice offered to you, either written or spoken. However, this card goes far deeper than mere external communication and indicates that the true insight you are seeking can only be found by searching within. Learn from and be inspired by the wisdom that external voices or divine signs such as coincidences offer, but also be a discerning spiritual seeker from the inside out. This means doing your research and forming your own opinions, rather than simply accepting all that you are told or presented with by others. It also means having the courage and humility to question your own assumptions and preconceptions. Personal transformation is about being open-minded enough to search for what is true, even if that truth is at times uncomfortable to confront. Fortune cookie. I actually have a tissue box because I don't like to get rid of shit. I hoard, like I said. I like fortune cookies. And every time I have a fortune cookie, I put it in the tissue box. And then when I'm like feeling in my feels or I need some writing prompts, I'll go into my cookie tissue and I find one and I pick it out and either I journal prompt it or I read it and I sit in my feels for it. Sometimes it's really relevant and sometimes it ain't, but it's good advice. I definitely got to steam my face. I'm so excited to do that. And for everybody in the background, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype if you haven't done so. Check out my website, even though it's my birthday season coming up. Because that's batshit crazy! Hee hee. I'm not going to chicken. I'm just going to do this. Like a G6. Things are turning around. But that still doesn't mean that I don't still could use some help and some abundance. And as fast as it's going to come in, it's going to be gone. I could promise you that. I'm going to save as much as I can. But I need to have that upswing momentum. So please check out my website. I'm future building. I'm using everything I just said and applying it to myself. And check out my link section because I'm not alone. There's a lot of friends. There's a lot of friends that I support. There's a lot of people that I support on my channel. And they're in the link section. So don't ignore my links because it's so long and it's obnoxious. Do it. You won't regret it. Time is an illusion for me. Not for everybody, but for me, it's an illusory. Time has sped up by far. By far. Blink of an eye. It's quick. It's getting faster and faster and faster. It feels like certain things are lingering, but they're really not. It's crazy energy. I can't show the totality of this picture. The Pearl of Shiro. Unfortunately. Taking responsibility for your experiences empowers you. You are going to resolve an issue through spiritual inspiration and higher guidance. You will rise up in full connection to your spirit and access a wealth of divine treasure. That which has brought darkness into your world shall submit to the light and be transformed. Have courage and commitment to your awakening, for you are a precious being and can go far on the spiritual path this lifetime. Shiro is a Tibetan word meaning to arise or manifest and shine with radiant spiritual light. Shiro is the outcome of sacred alchemy. We were talking about that earlier. It is the manifestation of the pearl beyond price, created in the depths of the ocean, hidden away in a clam's shell, away from prying eyes. Now, Spirit is being silly. Not only did we have the Mystic card that spoke about the alchemization and transmutation, we also had the Deep Dive card. How all of this ties in. It began when an irritant caused the formation of a luminescent coating. The healing response to that initial intrusion resulted in an organic creation of inestimable beauty, value, and uniqueness. So the pearl can be sacred catalyst. Itchy eyeball. To arise spiritually, manifesting one's own priceless soul pearl, we are required to respond to an initially unwanted situation in such a way that our soul light and power is increased as a result. This soul alchemy invokes the inner pearl of radiant being. Such spiritual wisdom cannot be bought or sold, controlled nor exploited. It is perfect, nourishing grace, always free and always radiant with light. It is inspirational triumph and creativity and healing. In the inner work of self-transformation, we take that which appears negative and utilize it to increase our goodness. However, we need to take care not to attribute the negativities to divine will that are actually caused by humans. Human beings have free will, sort of, my perception at least. Without it, there could be no growth only of following rules. For the soul, life is something like a multidimensional art class. It is allowed to create with absolute freedom, with the understanding that it will be responsible for its creation. Whether our choices create liberation or enslavement to pain is the responsibility of the human being. This body has been given to us that we may learn and grow spiritually. We are all in the process, varying in our capacities and awareness, but ultimately progressing together. All together now, all together now. From a deeply pained place of confusion, some souls cry out in anger toward the divine, wondering why there is disease and suffering and cruelty on this planet. We need to understand the difference between taking an ego-created situation and working with it so that it can become divine, and believing the ego-created situation was divine to begin with. That's a hard truth to swallow. Spirit does not wish you or any creature to become sick or to suffer. In its infinite resourcefulness and love, with full respect for your free will, which enables you to grow according to your own pace and purpose, Spirit will provide path after path of healing resolution. It is up to us when or if we answer the call. This oracle has emerged in your reading because you have the capacity to become a light bearer. Safeguard your energy, yet trust with the light within is strong enough to see you through any struggle and eventually transform into the precious pearl of sacred empowerment. You have wisdom in your divinely alchemical heart. You shall arise with dignity. Chicken drop. Chicken drop. Life is but a dream. And we're the ones that create it. And we created this. And we have to take responsibility for it. But like I was saying earlier, it is our responsibility to actually acknowledge that what has been cycling and looping us through has not been serving us and is not helping us. By making a change in the way that you're seeing the world, what you're feeding your energy to, what you're putting your attention to is where the energy flows and goes. You're either perpetuating the loop or you're coming out of it. And it's up to you what part of the Matrix movie you're in. Are you Neo? Are you Orpheus? Are you the Oracle? What are you and how do you play your role? Are you Agent Smith? Are you the NPC? Are you Truman? Finally acknowledging that there is an exit. And that determines where you are. And that's not a judgment. That's where you start your journey. The energy that we're encompassing now is really asking us to set a forward momentum for a bigger and better for ourselves. Once a bigger and better for ourselves starts appearing, we will then be able to bring it together now for everyone else. And that only happens through modeling and examples. You still have to put the action into motion to get your cause and effect. But it's how you go about it, and it's how you transmute it, and it's how you walk the path that matters. Yes, we're all on different timelines. We're all doing it differently, which is great. When humanity decides that war, feeding the system, feeding the loop is no longer serving them and all of us, then we will really be able to shift and move on up together to that east side. We're not there yet. And we're all still doing our work. I'm still working on self. I'm still transmuting. I'm still going through the thralls of shit, looking for the diamonds. But in the meantime, my intentions are set. I have a little bit of a clear focus point. It's not defined yet, but I have a direction to move in, and that's where I'm going. Right, wrong, or indifferent, I'm moving in the forward momentum direction. And I hope all of you are doing the same sort of work, looking at, hey, if I don't feel like this is working for me, how can I change it? There's a lot of you out there that are suffering, that have a lot of difficulties in life. I'm a part of that dichotomy. It's up to you to change your outlook, your mindset, and shift. Ain't easy. None of this is easy. And if it was, everybody would have done it already, and we would be already over there. Soul growth is painfully slow for a reason. Slow. For some people, it's fast, but you're still living with a lot of people that are still not aware. Some of them are never meant to be. And that is the beautiful part of life. Hi, deplorable Wendy. What's going on, Wendy? Why are we depressed? You're purging, honey. Let's just say the last 6 months of my life has been a roller coaster of a nightmare. What I thought was amazing and things were looking up, they depreciated, collapsed, and threw up in my face in the worst ways in the world. I started reacting like my old self. You didn't lose anybody, sweetheart. You don't lose anybody. They're here. They just transcended form. I know it's a difficult, and we should go through the mourning process. We should feel it and go through it. But they're never lost. Everybody has an exit point at some point in their life. They chose it. We don't understand it. We can't rationalize sometimes why people would choose the manner in which. We have to respect it. 1111. We have to respect others' choices. And sometimes it comes from a soul choice and not a cognizant bodily choice. It does. Trust me. If I can bring my parents back in a heartbeat, I would. I really would. It's nice to have a parental version of someone that known me from my little itty bitty stages to my adult life to give me the advice. And not to say that I take all of your advice really to heart, because like most of you guys are family to me, because I don't have it. And I don't have that advice sometimes. You know, I wish it was from my mom or my dad, but it's speaking through all of you. Each unique transition to transcend and ascend, they're just doing it differently than we are. And eventually we're going to get to that point too. We're not meant to be in this body forever. I don't want to be in this body forever. Please, God, no. No, no, no. Mm-mm. I want to be my radiant light. I want to be amongst love frequency in its totality. I want to be happy in the love and light. I want to be doing good works, greater works in higher dimensions. I'm already there. I'm doing it. I feel it. I know it. But it's not this reality I'm living and expressing in. I could get little glimpses to give me some like motivation. Hey, bitch, you got to finish out this shit show. Enjoy. But I did not know Chella. I know that girl. I speak to a lot of you and I appreciate all of you. I do. Something for me, I reach out when I feel like spirit is bringing me to that. I think right now a lot of what I'm going through and just a lot of change and like again, Mercury retrograde. My thoughts are foggy. I'm also in perimenopause. I'm going to be very transparent. I'm starting my changes. I've been in fog brain for like 4 or 5 months now. Like fog brain. Like this, I'm clear cut, clear. The rest of things, I can't recall certain things, right? Like if you ask me what I had for breakfast, I can't tell you. I don't remember. I didn't have breakfast. I had coffee. But if you ask me like what someone said like 3 months ago, I can't recall that. But it's just I have fog brain. I have a lot of hormonal changes going on in my body. I have a lot of changes going on within me, outside of me, all around me. Everything is changing, which is great. The fog the fog that I'm experiencing, I have to go through it. And I'm coming out of it. I can start eating a little bit better once I have some like actual money to buy good food. And not just going to a food bank and getting you know, no offense to the food bank, but my gosh, crap. Uh I don't know Chella personally, but I have spoken to her over the phone, you know, through, you know, Zoom and stuff. She's a beautiful soul. She is a beautiful soul. And she's going to continue her work upstairs. She's going to be the light amongst many other lights that have transcended, that have a cause and a higher calling and a higher purpose to help us down here. There's a lot of us that will make the journey up there before we see the results down here. Don't get upset. She's going to be a very big guiding light for a lot of us, personally or impersonal. We all get so attached to this form. We get attached to the people, places, and things. And the hardest thing for a human to do is detach. We start detaching materially when we're like, wow, this is too much shit. I gotta purge. Then you start purging your emotions, and then you start really understanding the detachment. You still love people. You came in literally almost alone. You're never alone. And you're going to go out in love and light and go into another journey, another transition. It's all transition. Sparky, you've been in my community. Will not eat the fruit over here. There might be shell casings in them. I do have literally a food bank around the corner. And I went and got a few times early in the morning, got on the line. And it's more processed stuff than you can imagine. Just putting that out there. And you got to be thankful for what you have. And I know that I am. I'm very, very blessed and thankful that these things do exist, that there is help out there. And you have to accept that not everything that you receive is stuff that will be of your benefit. That's how the system is made. Love to become financially and just abundant and sovereign to the extent that I don't have to worry anymore. I have to repurpose my garden, maybe change the directions of where the beds are. I can't move the berry bush. That the berries do really good where they are. The rest of the stuff I'm gonna have to like shift. We'll see. I got a lot of doing in my backyard this year. It's so overwhelming. But as life is, it's all about the seasons, and we're springing into a new dichotomy. We are being birthed into a new world. Our roots are starting to anchor in the ground, and we're going to start shooting up out of it. And we got to from what I read earlier, we really need to put focus into what we want, how we want it, and then put the action into motion to get there. We need the momentum. Clarity is coming. We're just getting out of Mercury retrograde, where the miscommunication, the misunderstandings is bananas. I can't wait to plant my garden. I'm excited this year. Although I have to wait a bit because the frost doesn't end up here until like late April, if that. Um, I'm starting to question Indiana, and that's why I said earlier that in the next 5 years I might be looking to move. And I'm only saying that because they're trying to put data centers up here. And I don't want my farmland or the things that I'm getting sourced naturally from my local community to be tainted. You're buying up a lot of farmland around here. And I don't know if I want to live amongst that. I'm going to probably start my seeds mid-April. I got to wait for funds to get my soil to start that stuff. I got my lights and we'll see what happens. Really excited. Life is but a dream, and it is what you make out of it. It's about deprogramming and getting the old narrative stories and encoding out of you. And I'm still going through that process myself. There's some areas in my life that seed cracked already. The roots are growing and the shoot is about to pop. Other aspects of my life, oh, we're still in the void. Everybody's going to be at different stages and different levels of life. Don't compete. It's not a competition. This is not a race. This is life. Just live it to the best of your ability. Every moment, show up. Have gratitude. Take a break. Take a rest. I did the other day. I could not formulate anything because of my energy. Yeah, deplorable. Let me tell you what. It's also a town away from me, and it's close to JQ. Very, very close to that area, which is not that far from me. And there's a farm that once in a while I'll go and get some fresh fruit from if my fruit doesn't spawn. And a lot of people are arguing about the building of that. It has not been built yet, but it's no one's listening to the people. They're doing everything here is a fucking mafia, and it's about the money. So I'm looking at other areas in the country eventually, because if I can get myself back on my feet and shift my career, I'll go where the wind blows me. Next. You guys are phenomenal and fantastic. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up and staying on this long. This is one of my longest lives ever. I don't know if this broke a record or not, but it's my pleasure. I had my second wind, and I just went with it. Breathe, ground. I cannot wait to go out and during the day tomorrow and enjoy the 73-degree weather that is encompassing Northwest Indiana. I'm excited. Lil Thor video will be out in the morning at some point. I'm going to try to sleep in. We'll see. I haven't been sleeping that much. Like, I got more sleep this week, but that was the sheer amount of my body being exhausted from working all day with the kids. The kids have been taking a lot of my energy, which is fine because I'm helping them. Like I give my energy to them to transmute and to ground. So I come to home when it's a crazy week, I'm like done. So I do get some sleep, but I've been waking up and waking up and waking up. It's crazy. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulders, be the lighthouses, seed and sprinkle your truths respectfully and joyfully. Light that path forward. Don't forget to ring the bell icon because when I go live is an unknown for even me. Sometimes I go on early, sometimes I go on late. It's never a consistency on time because life is bananas and I'm just living it and showing up in it. I don't know what's going on for this week besides regular readings. I will be live on Tuesday, weather dependent. Everything's based off the weather around here lately. I do have spring break coming in at the end of the month. I'll be trying to get a lot more out. I'm hoping this weekend I can focus on finishing episode 2 and getting your oracle card readings. Very blessed. I got 2 new channel members today, and I'm just thankful for all of you. So please be safe, be seen wherever you are in the world. Be the light, shine it bright, and I hope to see you all in the next one. Have a blessed